starts tripping, a tear drops my eye. My body temperature falls. I'm shaking and they breaking, trying to save the dough. Pumping on my chest and I'm screaming. I stop breathing, damn, I see demons. Dear God, I wonder, can you save me? I can't die, my boo-boo's about to have my baby. I think it's too late for praying. Hold up, her voice spoke to me and it slowly started saying, bring your lifestyle to me, I'll make it better. And how long will I live? Eternal life and forever. Or will I be the G that I was? I'll make your life better than you can imagine or even dream of. So relax yourself, let me take control. Close your eyes, my soul. My eyes are closed. My coma. I got my mama and my daddy and my homies in my coma. It's gonna take a miracle, let's say, for me to walk again and talk again. But anyway, I get running some keys to get back on my feet. And everything that nigga said came to reality. Living like a baller low, I'm having money and blowing hella chronic smoke. I bought my mama a Benz, my boo-boo a Jag, and now I'm rolling in the nitrous Dog Ray. Just remember who changed your mind, cause when you start set tripping, that ass is mine. Indeed, agree, proceed to smoke weed. Never have a want, never have a need. They say I'm greedy, but I still want more, cause my eyes want to journey some more. Really though, check it out.
I pray the Lord, I told the kid, if I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord, my soul was the case that they gave me. Murder was the case that they gave me. Murder was the case that they gave me.
No more endo, gin and juice. I'm on my way to Chino, rolling on the Grey Goose, shackle from head to toe. 25 with the SL with nowhere to get, so I know them niggas from the other side recognize my face, cause it's the OG, Digo double G, LBC. Man dogging niggas cause I don't care. Red jumpsuit with 2 braids in my hair. Niggas stare as I enter the center. They send me to a level 3 yard, that's where I stay late night. I hear toothbrushes scraping on the floor. Niggas getting they shanks just in case the war pops off. Cause you can't tell what's next. My little homie, baby boo, he took a pencil in his neck and he probably won't make it. Just see 22. I put that on my mama. I'm gonna ride for you, baby boo. Switch.
I took a hit for the team, took a bullet for the dream, that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I still live through technology. After the sun, then comes the rain. And after the storm, the sun will start shining.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? It's your dude BubzDaGawd here with yet another live for you all. I hope everyone is doing well on this Sunday evening, y'all. Please excuse a little bit of my absence from YouTube. Again, there are things popping off for me on the back end. Okay, that require my attention as well. Blame It on the Dress is coming out this year, girl. I'm not even about to give y'all a time frame. I just know as far as months, it's gonna come out this year. A part of me gonna say or want to say it's gonna come out when it's gonna come out, but I recorded that project last year and I really want to get it out. Or maybe the universe wants me to kind of prolong it because of the fuck shit that's going on right now. So yeah, that's what's happening. But we back with another live. What's going on? And before we go forward, shout out to Deshaun, girl, who is sending in his freak nasty payments, girl. Okay? To the leprechaun, girl. Shout out to that Cash App. That Cash App gagged the hell out of me. And if you, okay, if you want to also donate to the platform, you definitely can do that by hitting my Cash App. Not CTV's, but my Cash App. $BubzDaGawd, okay? Or on PayPal. PayPal.me/BubzDaGawd. Shout out to Deshaun for that offering. We thank you so much. Deshaun, let's read some of his comments, girl, because as I was coming in, he had so much he had to say. Let's read a little bit of it, girl. So, oh, my bubs. I'm about to get... Oh, I didn't know you see about to give me some dollars. Okay, that's going to make me dance. Okay, I turn you on every day. I get you high. Not even hot and bothered, bitch, but a high and bothered. Amen. Okay? My voice makes him want to melt. Okay? Reminds him of ice cream when it's nice and delicious with caramel with a truffle track. Girl, okay, we getting descriptions of ice cream. This is so gooey and delicious the way you talk, the way... Oh, wow. Okay. Can I love you down? Anyway, what's going on? What's going on? Shout out to Deshaun. Shout out to Deshaun. Deshaun is one of my premier shorties, okay? Shout out to him and all that he does. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to his platform as well. You will get some commentary as well as some backmasking shit. So if you're into that, you can check that out as well. But hey, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Y'all, we back. We back. I don't know how my camera is about to do this because I'm using my laptop and looking at my laptop and I feel like I'm a little delayed. But anyway, what's going on? We back with another live. And we're going to be talking again, or shall I say commenting on the perspectives of Amir Odom. Now, again, we've done commentary on Amir Odom before, plenty of times. Check out my video essay on Amir. We primarily were critiquing Amir in reference to his commentary or perspective on the queer community. Well, tonight, we're going to have a conversation about why do I look so dark on this camera, girl? Hold on one second. Let me adjust my f-stop. Give me 1 second. I think we should be good now. Let me see. Where we going? I'm trying to look at myself on, because I have my other phone here just to be able to see myself and make sure that my stuff not lagging. That's a little bit bright, okay. Because I'm trying to make it brighter so y'all can see a leprechaun, okay? No shade. But yes, Amir Odom. We're going to give commentary on Amir Odom's perspective in reference to the black community. Because again, Amir is not just queer, he's also black. Okay, so because he's black, he also wants to have the black conversations. And no shade, the two videos that we are going to work through this evening, we're going to be here for a while. No shade. Make sure y'all got something to smoke on, something to sip on. The first video we're going to look at is Dear Black People. Okay, stop blaming others. I was going to start with his video about talking more about black on black crime, which, no shade, we do need to talk about the violence that happens within the black community, because that is something that is a reality for a lot of us. So to that point, that is a place that we do need to start. And I think that especially now where we are in this current climate, white America is too distracted on trying to save America. So while they're all in America's business, now we can be all up in black business and do what we need to do for us. So that is a very good point that Amir is making. My commentary tonight, and the issue that I want Amir to understand, and those that think like Amir to understand, is that even though you may have the black community's best interest at heart, the people that you have aligned yourself with at large does not share the same viewpoint and perspectives that you do about the black community in reference to its healing. They are using you as a voice piece or a shield so that they don't have to be accountable for the things that their forefathers and even some of the individuals today are still doing today. Doesn't make them exempt. We can walk and chew gum at the same damn time when it comes down to this. But since this is a black Negro conversation, tonight is going to be a black Negro conversation. So again, even for you heterosexual people, y'all can join the conversation now, because if you're black, remember y'all said we black first and everything else is afterwards. So we're having a black conversation. So bring y'all black straight asses, black cisgendered asses into the situation, into the sanctuary, and let's really further the context and nuance of the conversation. And Amir, the platforms that you have sat on have been predominantly white. Predominantly white. I would love for you to see your perspective may hit a little bit harder if you sat down with a Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum and it was nothing but just black conservatives talking about the black experience. That would be good. But Amir, you're not going to do that, because talking to other black people about black people shit is under your pay grade. Right? But before we get into the live, y'all know that we gotta do things the smart way. No shade. Boom. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective owners, and BubzDaGawd does not claim any right over them. And I said that shit verbatim. Shout out to me. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into the video. I will be pausing to give my commentary. I also will be showing some slides, like a PowerPoint slide, to kind of, again, help y'all be more visual about what's going on. See, what I'm doing, I want Amir to do more of. And no shade, if I had close to 1 million subscribers, I would be doing a lot more than what I'm doing now. But anyway, let me shut the hell up. Let me go ahead and get my music together. And we're going to get into the live. So let's do this. Yes, turn this down, son. Make sure y'all follow Yale Gully. That's YALEGULLEY on all streaming platforms. Okay, dope ass artist from Detroit, conscious rapper, does the damn thing. Okay, and pen game is crazy. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into the commentary. And also, matter of fact, let me check the volume. Are we good on the volume? How are we doing? 1 second. Yeah, we good. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all like, make sure y'all share, make sure y'all comment, make sure y'all share your perspectives. Let's get into the video. Again, the first video is Dear Black People. Okay, dear niggers, dear nigglets, stop blaming others. Let's get in.
Amir Odom, welcome to the next generation. Thank you for having me. 70% of black youth in America don't have a father present in the home.
Yeah.
Why?
There's a lot to unpack in there. I'm one of those people. I didn't grow up with a dad. He left when I was like 5, I would say. Serial cheater, had multiple families, whole ordeal. But I think it's the culture that's responsible for the lack of fathers in Black America. I mean, the degeneracy that we promote within the culture, the music, who we look up to, the Sexy Reds, the Love and Hip Hops, the it's just not a good culture that's being promoted. I'm not saying we can't let loose, have a little fun, and have all the rap music and have, you know, the raunchy music. But why is that the main thing being promoted?
Something that I never see people answer is a secondary why on the culture that we currently see, whether it's white culture or black culture, because it gets very uncomfortable to interrogate. And I feel like you're the best person to ask about this.
Thanks.
You've got the pass to speak about this.
Girl, if he is the best person to talk about this, who the hell is the worst? Me?
You know, so I'll ask you questions, but why have we gotten to the point where you're saying there is this prominence of music that's more raunchy than in other cultures? How do we get here?
Really? I mean, a lot of people do point back to the Civil Rights Act, and they point to the welfare system and how actually black women, they do get a benefit by being single. Like if you're sitting here on, well, I know someone pretty close to me that benefited from all the things for free, from all the EBT and SNAP benefits, Medicaid, the Obama phones, Section 8, and you only can have all that if you maintain that level of low income. If you maintain that level of being a single black woman, you get all these benefits. And so you stay in that kind of cycle, and it's unfortunate. And then on the culture aspect, I mean, it's sometimes still trying to figure out, because like I grew up in a time, I'm a 95 baby, and I mean, I still saw like The Cosby Show, Family Matters, like these black families on TV that were together. And now we don't see that. And at the same time as I was watching Cosby Show, yeah, there was Flavor of Love and, you know, New York and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like now more than ever, that family unit is just gone, and we don't see that represented in culture at all.
Well, I saw a video of you reacting to Charlie Kirk saying how 20% of black fathers were single fathers before the Civil Rights Act. And now that's flipped, where it's almost 80%. Would you put everything to blame on the Civil Rights Act? And how did that actually differ for Medicaid and all of these different things that I'm not aware of as a Brit for black women versus white women?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily put it all on that, because at the end of the day, I do like to bring it back to the self. And, you know, I'm a prime suspect to not be where I'm at today. Grew up poor.
Now, before Amir continues with his story about his backstory, I kind of wanted to let him rock for a minute before I responded. And this is like my 4th or 5th time listening to this. The person who owned the host of the person leading the conversation, shall I say, I forgot his name, so please charge it to my head, not my heart, asked again, talking about the secondary question of why, or exploring that with context and nuance. No, y'all know, like when y'all was in school, when you were in the beginning stages of education, it was either a yes or a no, and as you continue to evolve through the grades, and again, in some cases, girl, everybody go to high school, but everybody ain't learning the same way, girl, no shade. You start getting to higher academic ways of learning. Not only do you have to answer it with a yes or a no question, you then have to explain, how did you get to this point? How do we get here? Amir said the Civil Rights Act got us here. The welfare system got us here. Black fathers not being in their children's lives got us here. Okay, let's play that game and say that is the case. Everything you said is the case. What you're also missing is that because of the progress and the level of dedication that, I'm not even want to say our ancestors, because this was less than 100 years ago, or a little over 100 years ago. It's a little over 100. It's not between 150 to 200 years, girl. But during the 60s and 70s, girl, like, we were, the way that we stood with each other, the way that we connected with each other, the way that we aligned with each other and was on code with each other. One thing about the system, sir, is that you can never ever How dare you try to stand up to the system and think that you're not gonna get no sort of, they're not gonna get their lick back, that you ain't about to deal with no sort of consequence because of this? So the consequence came through the whole crack epidemic that was a scythe that came through black communities that not only destroyed black mothers, but also black fathers as well. Let's not forget, during the civil rights movement, when the government was cutting all types of assistance to oppressed groups in this system, the oppressed groups of people decided to take measure into their own hands, or decided to pull themselves up from their bootstraps like you claim that we should do, and the people that support you claim that we should do. And we were the change that we wanted to see. And when we did that, it was still a problem and an issue because the system wants us to rely on it and rely on it only. So when the crack epidemic came, again, because let's not forget, the war on not just drugs, but the war on crime. What's going on? Rain. What's going on, Rain? Rain down on me. What's going on? What's going on? But because you're part of this system, again, like I said, you're going to deal with some sort of consequence. So the crack epidemic came through. Then there were black people who literally had all type of resources removed from them. The only jobs that were available were slave jobs where you work more than you get paid and you can be let go at any time. So they said, hell, I have to feed my family. I have to make sure my baby got Pampers. I got to make sure that I'm eating good. I'm trying to make sure that I also live, because the American dream that's projected to the world is that you can come here and be and do whatever the fuck you want to do. What's going on, Aries? What's going on? I hope you feel better. Hope you feel better, because baby, that was crazy. And again, there were white people who sold drugs, but because of a baking soda, I got a baking soda. You know they give it a nigga 20 years for that recipe, nigga. Baking soda sent black men to jail longer. So if the black men are being sent to prison and having longer sentences because not only they're black, but they're selling a drug that is killing their own community, which was also planted by the government. So of course, these women had no choice but to make a way. And again, it's always the black woman that got to pick everything up and they got to clean everything up. Am I saying all black women? No. Are there some trashy ass black women too? Whole straw ass black women too? You're damn right. But in this case, according to what Amir and this white man is talking about, girl, we're talking about how the single mother had to come through and had to provide for the family. And the government told her, yes, that as long as the man not in the house, girl, we're going to give you all this shit. Just for them hoes to have a nigga steal. And later on in this live, we're going to have a conversation about rap, because he brings up rap music and trap music. And I've talked about trap and drill music and how dangerous that is. So again, to Amir's point, there is a conversation that black people need to be having. But I'm sorry, just like y'all did with this whole thing, this is no whites allowed, unless you're coming in to educate white people on what the fuck they can do to rectify this whole racism curse that both of our people played into. Whether we wanted to or not, we're fucking here. But yet Amir is having this conversation on a white platform so white people can use him as a shield to where they don't have to be accountable. Well, baby, America is burning, and y'all saying y'all got rid of all the DEI hires and all the Bonquishas and Shaniquas and Mook Mooks and Woody Wooks and Pooty Poots and all of them out the fucking way so that the real hard-working Americans can come through. Well, then guess what? Why don't you go back? Well, matter of fact, no, why don't we go back? Why don't we sit back, girl, on the bench and show us what an all-star team looks like, bitch? Show us. Show us what it looks like to save this damn country, girl, for everybody. The niggas are asking you that. And again, Amir, we're asking you that. Because all you're doing is talking a lot of ish, but you're not solving anything. You're not trying to rectify anything. If I had close to 1 million subscribers and the connections that you did, baby, I would be shutting everybody's mouth, bitch. I would be dropping documentaries every motherfucking month for these hoes. You want more? Here you go. You want more? Here you go. I would overwhelm these bitches so much with information, girl, to where it's like, baby, I done gave you hoes about 10 years worth of content. Now show me where I'm wrong at. Again, I'm going to provide some solutions to the problem because I'm not a person that just complains. No, baby. The reason why I'm complaining is because we need to find a resolution. We need to find a resolve to this. We need to solve this. And it irritates me when there are people who are complaining about shit but ain't trying to think of ways. I don't even care. Try your best to give solutions. But in this particular case with Amir is not going to... The reason why we're watching this video first, because we were going to watch his video on his platform and then this, but I think it's best that we watch this part first because Amir is in a place where he is comfortable. He's not being challenged. His perspectives are not being challenged. So and again, we listen. That's why people get upset, because we sit here and listen to every damn thing that comes out y'all mouth, and then we just use what comes out y'all mouth against y'all. So I wanted to make sure that we heard Amir in his more docile, non-challenged phase, because that's when the majority of the information and the way that he thinks comes out. And then we're going to look at the video where he takes clips of people, a few clips of people that have a different perspective, while also using clips of people that are on his side to quote unquote strengthen his argument, but yet he don't give us no real goddamn objective solution to the shit. And of course he ain't gonna do that, because again, he gotta pay the bills, baby. And in that video about black on black crime, he gonna make sure to talk about 2 brand sponsorship deals in his shit, because Miss Mamas, and no shit, I understand, girl, gots to make her money, but baby, I just hope that at the end of it all, it was worth it. Because the way that you're operating, especially with the people that you're aligning yourself with, this Amir Odom, the public version of it, guess what? That individual is literally shoving the younger Amir Odom, or shall I say Jamal, girl? Because at this point, where the hood niggas at? We want Jamal. Amir, we know. Okay, girl, bring Jamal out. Bring the do-rag out. I have the do-rag. Well, I got a do-rag on right now, but I will put a do-rag on, girl. Do we need to have the do-rag on, girl, to be able to change the atmosphere and perspective? Because maybe Jamal can give us some real ish, because Amir not doing that. Because Amir is choosing to shove the younger Amir, the younger Jamal, back deeper into Miss Trunchable's fucking choking. But you know, y'all, Leprechaun, girl, one of the mystical ones, the unit, girl. One thing about me, and y'all should know this by now, girl. Once I have my sights on something, girl, and motherfuckers be talking about they got a solution, bitch, I'm gonna be sitting here like this, like, okay, girl, what we doing? What it look like? What's the video, girl? Maybe it's because I surround myself with people who actually make changes, who also challenge me, girl, that also think outside the box. Shout out to CTV. Shout out to Aries. Shout out to some of the other content creators. Shout out to J Inclusive. Shout out to Boss Man. Heterosexual man putting me on game about shit. Shout out to the people who think differently. Because Amir is all about, being your own person and the self and the self and the self. Well, girl, we ain't hear none of the self, girl, because we want to talk to Jamal. Because Jamal is the real self. We want the real nigga. Where is he at? This performative ass, girl, baby, the way we gonna break this shit down tonight, make sure y'all hit that like button, make sure y'all share, make sure y'all comment. If you don't agree with me, share your perspective, let me know, because again, just like Amir be saying in his comments, girl, I said the same thing. I don't know everything, challenge me. Just make sure you educate when you do. Have me be like, damn, I never thought of it that way. Have me leave the conversation trying to explore it more. That's when you know you did something for BubzDaGawd. Let me look at y'all comments real quick. We got El Teddy in the building. What's going on? Make sure y'all subscribe to El Teddy. I I've learned some things from El Teddy. El Teddy talked about how they're not just going after the gay marriage. It's escaping my head right now, the actual name of the case. Oh, it's escaping my charter to my head, not my heart. But then he said they're not only just going after that, they're going after another one that, you know, at one time, sodomy was against the law, girl. So they're trying to rewind the clock and make America great again. You have to ask the question, well, what made it great? And whatever it is, they're going to do it again. And they're showing us what it is in real time. But yet Amir and other people are put in this perspective or put in these places and does what he claims is PR control, girl, for the community, instead of actually helping the community out. And again, for a bunch of motherfuckers, the normal LGBs, girl, without the TQIs, girl, y'all already got what the fuck y'all wanted, and y'all keep telling us that gay marriage and gay life is not going to be threatened. So why the fuck is y'all talking then? Why you down here having conversations with the quote-unquote peasants, girl, when you could be sitting high in your own little corner, in your own little chair, up in like Rapunzel, girl, up in your tower looking down like, girl, I don't dwell amongst the pigs in the mud. I don't do that, girl. I know that I'm safe. I know that I'm connected. I know that. But again, and you're going to hear Amir say it in his other video, he's going to be afraid. Or shall I say, he has moments where he's afraid and he's confused and he's flustered. Because even though he gets on the camera and talks about being so secure and knowing where he is, girl, he is still middle right leaning, girl, when he should just go ahead and lean into the middle part. Because the right part ain't doing it, just like the extreme left ain't doing it. The answers for all of this stuff is right in the schmiddle. So make sure y'all subscribe to El Teddy, because El Teddy be breaking things down as well as the legality of things. And you know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all check him out with that. Listen, Amir is also saying that we need to actually be nice to white people because of whatever they are. It's like it's crazy work. What's he saying? I mean, don't get me wrong. Not all white people are racist and mean and terrible and trying to prove something. They know what's up. They can see because their own is crazy and they know it. And at that point, check your own people. Amir, again, this is a black conversation. Let's have this as a black conversation. White America, have y'all white conversations about checking y'all own people, about the bullshit that they do. That's what needs to happen. But we know that's not happening. And no shade on the black side, we can take accountability of that. And for that is difficult for us to try to focus on ourselves, especially when we think about historically, when we tried to focus on ourselves, y'all still fucked with us. So at this damn point. But lastly, before I press play, because again, I have to pause it and break it up. If you want to hear the video without my commentary, the link's in the description box below. Matter of fact, let me continue with the comments, girl. Let me continue with the comments, actually. Because, baby, I have so much that I want to say, and I know that people's attention spans are not that long, and I try to somewhat acquiesce to that, but at the same time, motherfuckers gonna have to also step their mental game up, girl. You got to also rise up, bitch. Everybody just can't meet you where you are. You got to be able to meet motherfuckers again in the middle, bitch. Can you come to the middle? You ain't got to come all the way, but can you at least come to the middle, girl? I'm going to come to the middle. Will you meet me at the middle? Just like some booty cheeks, girl, you want to get in the middle of the motherfuckers. Just like the lips down there, you want to get in the middle. Just like the lips up here, you want to get in the middle. And just like a Twix for some of them BMI motherfuckers, girl, you don't want the left or the right, you want in between, which means your tongue will be going in between both the left and the right Twix. Because to your stomachs, it is just food. Amen, amen, amen. Not you drink my bath water. Come on now. Come on now. I don't care how fine I am, girl. I'm not going to drink your bath water. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. You could be fine in the face and feet be looking like throwing up gang signs and shit. You swallowing goddamn orangutan juice. I can't do it. And yes, shout out to Daiquel Dante. Shout out to him. Thank you, Daiquel. If you happen to watch this, pimping, thank you for taking the time out to talk about that commentary and to put Amir ass on that. And I hope more people do that. Because again, we don't want to talk to Amir, girl. We want to talk to Jamal. Hashtag, can we talk to Jamal? Where's Jamal? Where's the hood nigga at? Girl, I am smoking weed right now. I can put my do-rag on if you want. You want me to play some shit? I can play some music, girl. Do it. Does it have to be like an incantation or a spell to where I got to get a motherfucker to come through, bitch? Is that what we got to do, girl? Because we want to talk to Jamal. Amir, sit down, girl. Go sit down. Go sit down. You can go sit down. Let me see, y'all. The queen is here this week. I will be doing shows in the process of moving. And make sure y'all also subscribe to Queen Stevie as well, baby. Queen Stevie been doing her damn thing. Even though current situations came through and shook the table a little bit, she said, bitch, I am the table, girl. You shook the table, but we back on we getting our foundation back. So make sure y'all subscribe to her. Still doing the damn thing. And we're going to definitely have to talk and plan a day for me coming back. Because especially if you do this stuff on YouTube now, oh yeah, I definitely want to come through and have a conversation. No shade. So make sure y'all subscribe to the queen. Let me see. We got Dalen. What's going on, Dalen? Dalen, if you're still here, shout out to you. We got Karen. Hello, Karen. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I'm so delayed in the comments. This is crazy. Okay. So, again, Amir says that the problems in the black community is fatherlessness. We just briefly talked about what contributed to that. Okay. He talked about the culture as far as the music. We're going to delve deeper into that, actually. And again, he's able to name the symptoms, but he does not understand the root issue. And when the white man on the platform asked him the question about the secondary aspect, this is what the fuck we got. But yet Amir Odom is the one that is having real rational conversations, though. How can you have a real rational conversation when you just have one side of the story? That makes no sense. I forgot to put my banner up. Cash App. I gotta change it. One moment. Damn it. Because my Cash App is back up. And it don't have to be CTV. Because BADAGAWD is back on Cash App. Okay? I'm trying to remove it. Damn, it won't let me do it. That shit is cap. What? Let me change this up real quick. Give me a second. BRBRB. Yeah. I think we done. Yeah, that's cool. That's T. A. For me. BubzDaGawd. There we go. Cash App. BubzDaGawd. PayPal me. PayPal.me/BubzDaGawd. Okay, girl. I was flowing for a minute and then I fucked it up. You fucked it up. There she go, Fox. She fucked it up. Let's continue with the commentary. Go ahead, Amir. You were saying, pimping about, again, being the right person. Because like the white man said, girl, you're the perfect person. You live the experience. You're the perfect one. So show us what it's like to be chosen, Neo.
Been sent to conversion therapy, been homeless, no father in a home. That's a recipe for disaster. But I knew what I had to do to get out of that. And I did that. And I feel like as hard as it may be, you know, to quote unquote pull yourself up by your bootstraps, it can be done with a group effort. If we all just sit back and acknowledge it within the Black community, what exactly is going on. So as much as, you know, we do put blame on how America has impacted the Black community, I do think we can come together as a community and say, hey, let's not go after all these pairs of Jordans. Let's not go after trying to be either a basketball player or a rapper. Let's go after promoting actually good stuff instead of locking each other in this ideological box of you have to be like this, otherwise you don't have your Black card. You have to act Black, and if you don't, you're acting white. You're being called an Oreo. You're talking white. You're listening to white people music. You're eating white people food. It's still us. And I think aside from that, sex, I think people just have it way too carelessly. And they just don't care. And people just have kids nonstop. And that's the sad part too. I think something needs to be done from a culture standpoint of like, hey, stop having all these babies if you can't. You're not in a position to even have one at that, not in a position to parent, but then bring back like not shaming other Black people for just existing as an individual. That's something I went through growing up, is this idea of never being Black enough. And it's sad to see the amount of Black people that are going through that at the fault of us as Black people.
What have your experience?
Now, before he goes forward with that, no shade, and I said this before, I was once where Amir was. I spent the majority of my childhood being bullied, harassed, demonized, ostracized, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually tormented, attacked, haunted, traumatized, ego busted by my own people. If you were to go watch again my mini docuseries entitled Wonderfully Made on my channel, and you watch part 1, it talks about my younger years when I was dealing with my Black peers who were beating my ass, who were gang stalking me, literally, who put their hands on me, that made me targets, that made my life hell. And then I was also a part of organized religion, and we know how organized religion, especially at that time, treated queer people, and no shade, want to go back to that type of way of expressing, quote unquote, God's hatred for this as a child. But then when I went to high school, I had the opportunity, or shall I say the option, to choose where I wanted to go. I could go to a predominantly Black school, just like I've been going, or I could have went to a school that was considered to be more inclusive, and at that time was predominantly white, but was starting to open up for other districts to come to that school. And again, I'm me. I'm BubzDaGawd. I'm a regular ass nigga. No shade. But I also vibe with people who are just themselves. And there are plenty of people who perform all the time. And I was hanging with the people who were just themselves. And that was the drama club people, the weird people, the band geeks, the nerds, the motherfucking Dungeons and Dragon ass niggas, girl. And it was predominantly white. Not once did I ever hear them call me the N-word. Not once did I ever feel like my ass was an outsider. If anything, I was the first African American to land lead roles and maintain lead roles for the plays that I auditioned in at my school. A Black man having lead roles, girl. And some people will think it was DEI. No, it wasn't, bitch. It was called my talent and my gifts. And again, like Amir said, when you have to pull yourself up from your bootstraps, you have to work twice as hard. So for the hoes that ain't gotta work twice as hard, they feel some type of way, because how dare he gets that, but I didn't, because I worked for it. See, that's one of the offsets that happens, or one of the, shall I say, broken clock being right twice a day ass thing about racism and oppression, is that once you start framing it on, or telling each generation that you have to survive the encounter, you have to work harder, this is what Black life is going to be for you, there are some children, and plenty of those, who excel. And I want y'all to hear and listen very closely to what Amir had said earlier about, if you just work hard and pull yourself up from your bootstraps, girl, and just lock in, you can change your life. A man who has aligned himself more so with the Republican Party, who met Trump, ain't speak to him, because in this video he set it up like he just talked to this nigga. We talked for a minute. What's going on? Amir, my nigga, my friend, very good video, love it, wonderful. Nothing of the sort, girl. We want to hear how that situation happened, but you have a Black man, girl, who did, again, I understand, I was there. I know what it's like for white people to fuck with me. And there was a moment in time, girl, where I would look at them other niggas, girl, them other hood niggas, them other trap ass niggas, drill ass niggas that was part of the football team and basketball team, bitch. And I would be looking at them niggas like, girl, I ain't you niggas, bitch. I had white girls. Now, even though some of these white girls were built like wisdom teeth, girl, they were still white. Girl, I had white girls at lunch, girl, massage them, give me shoulder rubs, bitch, and feed me grapes. Like, girl, I have manifested the ultimate reality that Dr. Umar Johnson wished he could, bitch. And I did that as a teenager, girl. White people fucking with me, girl. And to Amir's point, I started making it about that because when they were around me, there was no racism. It does not mean they weren't racist to other people. But when it came down to me, I was their favorite one. I was the safe one. I was the cool one. One of my best friends in high school was a white dude. We hung out all the time. I was at this nigga house all the time. There was one point that my dad thought that we was fucking. I'm like, no. But we would hang out all the damn time, girl. You want to spend it over my house? I'm over there all the time spending the night, shit like that. I remember one time when the next door neighbors wanted us to spend the night, girl, and I had to pee. Really bad, girl. I was not finna go walking in these other white people house that ain't see me at 4, 5 o'clock in the morning and I gotta pee and you see a nigga in your house. I'm not finna deal with that shit. So what did I do? I went back to my friend's house and peed and slept over there. Cause if I went to leave the house, what the fuck I look like going into the same house at 5 something in the morning? That was all in my mind. But again, that is the generational trauma that this system has imparted onto black people. And whenever black people present history, y'all know what y'all do? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Bitch, I don't know why it's a oh my God. This shit is shorter than your 2,000-year-old Bible, so you should be able to get this done faster because y'all still haven't figured the Bible out yet. So maybe this will be easier for y'all to do. To Amir's point. But whenever black people historically take the initiative and the charge and black people at large start getting on code, that's when the system gets scared. And Amir, even though you are where I used to be, there are plenty of black conservatives that we've seen, especially those that quote unquote debated Amanda Seals, girl, that is starting to have a change of heart because they're doing the research. But this, in a sense, is what it gives what being bought and sold looks like. So I wanted to make sure y'all remember that. Remember that. If you pull yourself up from your bootstraps and work and become something other than a basketball player, an athlete, or a entertainer, that would be awesome. But then when we start talking about people that are black going outside of the realm or the avenues or the pathways of athletics or entertainment, again, shucking and jiving, I want y'all to listen to what his response to that is, girl. And it's very interesting.
This has been like with pressure to act black.
I moved out through middle school. I mean, it really drove me to the brinks of, suicide, with among other things. That being not being black enough, being gay, not really having my parents in my life. But as far as black being concerned, I grew up with my older sister. She's an 88 baby, so she's like way more millennial than me. And she liked rock music. She had a wide diverse of friends. We're in the suburbs of Chicago. I experienced a lot of different people, a lot of different music, a lot of different, I was exposed to a lot. And I would get bullied for just listening to just rock music or riding my skateboard to school, or it just was never enough because I didn't fit in with the black kids at my school that were always playing basketball or playing football or listening to rap music. I didn't want to do any of that. So I was always with my white friends, which I saw no problem with, but to the black people, it was like, oh, you're whitewashed. Oh, you're hanging out with your black friends. Oh, Amir, you're not really that black. You're like a white person trapped in a black person's body. Like, you're just an Oreo. And that really does some damage to black youth to make them think, damn, I'm just existing and I'm not enough for just liking the most basic things. And it really does a toll on some people.
To drill right into the bedrock of this, different ethnicities have different cultures because they're from different places in the world, and there's been migration and movement that develops different characteristics and traits in people. And we don't need to put a normative ethical claim on whether those cultures are good or bad. The fact of the matter is there are different cultures, whether it's across America, the West more broadly, or across the world. What I'm interested in here is how the culture has actually separated and kind of delineated between Black people and white people across the centuries in America. A lot of left-wing outlets I've seen have put it down to slavery and systemic oppression.
Always.
They say that's why there are so many fatherless homes. What do you think to that argument?
And again, I'm glad he brought that up, because we're listening to what Amir says in the more calm, relaxed, reserved. Okay, Jamal's cool. He sleep. He just smoked, so he's good. So Amir's here. Hello, you know. And then we're going to see the video again, his own video, and how it's like. Listen to the answer, the response to this, because I kind of gave y'all a little bit of it. So again, the question is kind of centered based off of what I brought up as far as systemically with the crack epidemic, the war on drugs, or the war on crime that brought forth stop and search or stop and frisk that arrested so many people. We have the actual footage of it. Where once Ronald Reagan made sure that shit was greenlit, guess what, baby? People were being arrested, doors were being kicked down, and again, we had this issue. Hello. Do we have Oz? I ain't say that, girl. Have we lost our memory? Do we have amnesia, girl?
I think it goes back to we don't have to act
amnesia.
the way we're acting right now. Slavery, how long are we going to hold on to slavery? It was a horrible thing. To some certain degree, every single ethnicity was enslaved. Like, we don't need to hold on to that. And I think that's breeding a society of people that, I mean, I was there even back in 2016, 2017, I was in the streets marching with BLM, crying my eyes out. I was terrified to be Black in America because that's what I was like being groomed to believe.
What were you most scared of?
Being shot. You could have asked me in 2016 how many Black unarmed men are being shot and killed by the police right now. And
before he gets into that whole perspective, when he says we kind of been groomed to think that, okay, let's continue with that. Again, every generation is being taught to survive the encounter. Every generation that's younger sees how the adults who are supposed to be better, the adults that are supposed to be more aware, treat each other and then teach their children to do that. Because Black children are having a completely different conversation with their parents, or the parents, shall I say, are having a completely different conversation with their Black children than whites are with their children. And if we're really trying to play that motherfucking game, let's play that motherfucking game. Black people have to survive the encounter of police officers, and if they do get shot and they're unarmed, who are they shot and unarmed by, Amir? Let's get into that game. Now, if it's more nigga cops shooting Black people unarmed, then we need to talk about that. But I guarantee you it's not predominantly people of color that are doing it. And if we're going to continue with that same way of thinking, white America, you have to now teach your children how to survive the encounter when they go to school and little Billy comes in with a backpack. Because again, Daquan, Deshaun, little Trillion is not rolling up to these predominantly white schools or predominantly white neighborhoods and just letting off rounds. Blicka, blicka, blicka. No, it's little Billy that's doing that. Little Susie, little Jane, little Marcus, little Robert that is doing that. And if we're going to continue to play this game, if we're talking about race, those people that do that predominantly, so we're talking about Black on Black crime and white on white crime, girl, let's call all the crime out. Because again, all lives matter, right? All crimes matter. So let's all crimes matter this shit. So you bringing up the Black part and they bringing up the white part, which again means that Black and white people are human and they're going to go through the same shit. It's just that the system continues to pour ignorance over people and people eat it up like BMI without any idea of what they're eating and wonder why they're getting what they're getting. Go ahead, Amir. First of all, that screenshot is amazing. Baby, I like that screenshot, girl.
I would have said like 10,000 a year. Easy. And then I find out it's about 10 or 20. And more people get struck by lightning than black unarmed men are getting shot and killed by the police.
So again, that right there, because he's going to mention again in his other video, that right there is a very interesting thing. And no shady, if you look up the statistic, girl, there is some fact to what he is saying. We're going to bring the other aspect that he's missing later on in the video. But I'll give you a little prequel. It will be very interesting to say that there are more black unarmed men that get struck by lightning than they do by the police. Then you will have like, okay, bitch, okay, that's clever. That's okay, I'll give you that. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. But unlike this system, lightning don't care who you are, bitch. If you there in the moment at the time you get struck, whether you white, black, red, yellow, gay, straight, American, Canadian, whatever, British, whatever you are, girl, if you just it at the moment, if the universe decide, if Thor and Storm start fucking and they both let out cries of ecstasy, girl, and you just happen to be the chosen vessel at that moment in time, baby, then that's you. But again, that is a talking point tried to use to dilute the situations with black people and the police. And let's talk about that a little bit. Y'all can't sit up here and tell black people to trust the police when the police are the ones that have historically been beating the fuck up out of black people. The reason why crime is so high is because the people don't want to talk to the police. So why should we trust y'all? But people say, well, when you call 911, who you gonna call? I mean, you're gonna call the police. If somebody breaking your shit, you're gonna call the police. Yeah, girl. And then we gotta see if they gonna come on time. Because the only time it seems like motherfuckers want to fly and woo, really motherfucking fast, squad deep, girl, is with one of their own. Something happens to one of their own. Then they want to come through squad deep, girl. But when we're sitting here talking about black people, okay, I wonder what the statistics are when it comes down to police officers harassing black people. Fucking with black people. They ain't gotta always unalive you. That's messy. But back then, before these body cams, they was whooping your ass. They was picking you up and dropping you off in other areas where, baby, let's see if you can get home on some motherfucking, what's the name of that movie, girl? The Warriors ass shit. Warriors, come out and play. This is all historic. But again, that's why they love Amir, because Amir gets to come in and just, those black people are crazy. Let me tell you what's really going on. Let me tell you what's really going on in the hood. Even though I live in the deep south, girl, me and my white knight, girl, let me tell you what's going on in Boquisha's and Sean's and Baquan's ass thing, girl. How would you know? Because as you said, girl, you had no access to it. It's just that you get to cosplay as a nigga with the white people, which he's going to speak about when he talks about this Black Leadership Summit that he went to with Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum, girl. And when I heard the niggatry that went on, girl, I kind of gagged, because it's like, wait a minute. Y'all sitting here talking about black people that do this openly, but then y'all want to sit up here and do the same shit.
That thought process of like believing 10,000 black men unarmed are being shot and killed by the police does something to you. Like, you ask anyone that I went to high school with, college with, I was the most flinchiest, scary person out there. And it's not because I'm gay. It's literally just because I thought I had a target on my back living in America. That all the cops were out to get me, that I had to work. It really did a damage. And then it wasn't until I started looking at things for myself where I realized, oh, I was being misled and lied to. But it's also the media and the culture and the news that keeps pushing down people's throat. Like, yeah, if you're black, you are a victim. If you're black, you have to work harder than any white person. And then you add on, oh, if you're black and gay, you got a double whammy. You're double bad, a double oppression points. And that's like ingrained. So like when I do see black people in the streets crying over BLM, marching for George Floyd, I feel for them a little bit because I was there. I believe the tears. I think it's a little dramatic now, and there's a lot of conservatives. There's like a lot of conservatives that laugh them off and think that they're crazy. I can see that, but also like I get their black pain.
Girl, how How? Listen to what he said. He just said that even though these conservatives, the white people that he's connected himself with, the ones that he are aligned with, the ones that have accepted him and honored him for who he was, is laughing at the other black people. Because even though to some of y'all, George Floyd and the rest of these other individuals were criminals being labeled, just like y'all do all the time. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If we're gonna play that game again, this is what the middle ground looks like, baby. They were also fathers, they were also brothers, they were also cousins, and no shade. Some of these people should have lived to where they could be judged by a jury of their peers, because no shade, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. Some of those men didn't, and no shade. We can't sit up here and talk about how being traumatized and stuff like that, when yes, the news outlets, and it wasn't just the left liberal ones, it was also the conservative ones that played over and 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 over again of black men, black women losing their fucking lives. And again, this is generational. This is historical. This is something that has been implanted in us, ingrained in us, yes, but it wasn't by our own choice, Amir. It was because of the objective reality that no matter what we do, it will never be enough for these people, and we have to accept the fact that that is okay, which is why this time, when we do build blackness, one thing that we're going to, and I'm talking about blackness and the intersections within, even the Amir Odoms and the Candace Owens. Now, even though they may have to, quote unquote, work hard to get back into the black people's graces, it's still an opportunity. But this time around, we have to be very adamant about protecting what we create. Do I have all the answers? No. Because if I had all the answers, trust me, I will be sharing them. But I'm sharing what it is that I've learned. I'm connecting with other people who think differently than me. And for the people who have the resources and the awareness and the connection, we as the community have to start doing better at holding those people accountable as well, especially when they call themselves the harbor of change. Just like how the queer community should be doing, because no shade, Miss Scamanique Morgan is still being booked and busy in the summer nights when it's cool and hot and it's all this shit. Because I didn't know the bitch could sing, and she got songs out and shit. She got songs and shit, girl. She is singing and having her Mary Had Little Lamb, having her Mariah Carey-esque thing, girl. Even though she did what she did, she still harmed the community, and the community still employ her. There are conversations that need to happen in-house. You absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But it would be more profitable for Amir and Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum and all the other black conservatives to sit amongst themselves and talk. I would love to hear that conversation. I don't even want to hear no liberal left person in this conversation, girl. We can give the response and do our own version afterwards, girl. I want to hear what their solutions are, what their thoughts are, and how they're going to do it. And they really believe that if they align with the Republican Party, that the Republican Party is going to be successful in solving the problems and the issues in the black community that I guess objectively we can't fix on our own. And I already know what the answer to that question is based on white America. And I would love for Amir to do a video asking white America what they believe should be done about all this quote unquote senseless black on black crime. To where even when they're around black people, that their own lives are in danger. So I wonder what the remedy of that is going to be. Because we have the symptoms: fatherlessness, toxic gang culture, the sexy reds, the NBA young boys, the drill, the trap music, the EBT thing, the welfare thing, the victimization thing, the slavery thing, the civil rights thing, all these other things, because the civil rights movement happened when black people were quote unquote free, girl. They weren't in chains, but the system had them chained, girl. So we're still in this process, girl. All these things. What is the blueprint? What does the draft look like in reference to helping Black America to where white people are satisfied? And as a Black person, speaking for other Black people who know people in the quote unquote culture that you are speaking about, I'm pretty sure a lot of them would love to find the answer to that too, so that these motherfuckers can self-realize. All right.
Because that's what we were being told. I was raised like, hey, you're gonna have to work harder than the white people out here. That's just how it is, because America can be racist. And I'm like, damn, I have to work harder just because I'm brown. That automatically makes me look at everybody else as like an other. It makes me want to recluse to just being around Black people, but then you add an aspect of like I never was Black enough. I just felt very alone. But it's that something within the Black community and the news that keeps making Black people seem like they're a victim, and that something's always wrong just because of their skin color, when it's normally not the case.
Well, what made you leave Black Lives Matter?
One, it really started with the protest that I went to, because it was very much an I hate white people rally instead of just focusing on Black lives in totality. And when people were bringing up, okay, what about Black on Black crime? You're deflecting. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Black Lives Matter in terms of like you getting shot by a white cop. And I'm like, okay, but all our lives matter. Why don't we talk about the issues actually affecting the Black community? Why about all the fathers are not there? Why are we out here shooting everybody? Why am I scared? If we're talking about Black Lives Matter and we're one big community, why am I scared to walk down the street in Chicago? That makes no sense to me. Why is it that if a white man shoots me, it's hashtag Amir Odom, but if a Black man shoots me, it's just crickets and it's just another day? I don't get it.
And don't worry, we're going to help you get it, Amir. We're going to help you get it. We're definitely going to help you understand.
And so when I wasn't seeing these things being brought up, that's kind of like this is kind of weird. And then Trump says something like, oh, there's two types of Chicago. There's a touristy Chicago, then like a hood, like gang war Chicago. People got mad at him for that. And I'm like, but that's actually real. Like, that's true. And then I just went down, the tunnel of like just looking up different viewpoints online. Charlie, Candace, Ben, it's all back in 2017, 2018. And yeah, within a year, actually, I went from marching in the streets of BLM to being in the White House meeting Trump, because I was just my worldview was just being destroyed. And I've always had an open mind. I'm like, I'm here to hear everybody out. You're telling me I need to hate Trump? I'm here from him for myself.
What did you do when you were in the White House and met Trump?
It was for the YBLM.
Now, before we get into this part of the shit that really had my ass like, hold on. That really had my ass like, what? I feel like when I listen to this again going forward, I'm still going to kind of be perplexed by this. But hold on one second. Amir, pimpin'. What you don't understand, because again, there are some things that you say that are valid that needs to happen within the Black community. What we trying to get you to understand is that even though there are things happening internally, there are things that have happened outwardly that have influenced the internal. Just like how when your ass was young, sir, you were being bullied for not being Black enough. You were being bullied for being gay. Despite you wanting to be what you wanted to be, other motherfuckers fucked with you because of their perceptions of what they've been taught about you, because it was a systemic thing. And how that drove you to almost wanting to take your life, which drove you to literally cutting yourself, which drove you into a dark depression. And again, I understand, because I went down that same road. I didn't physically harm myself in that way, but as far as the depression and almost taking myself out, I was definitely going down that road. But do you see how all that affected you? And again, you went around white people who did not see that or use your skin color or your sexuality against you. Of course they didn't. But they sure used your blackness and your sexuality as a shield or a weapon for other people, for them to say, oh, I'm not this because I am connected to this person. How can I be queerphobic? How can I be racist when I'm connected to this person who literally is saying what it is that my ass, even though I am a free American, I'm afraid to say? Because let me tell you something. If y'all think that this is going to go the same way that it did in the 60s and 70s, because again, in the 60s and 70s, girl, hoes were peaceful. And even when they were peaceful, they were met with a violent response. Baby, the motherfucking anger and 400 years of trauma, pain, detachment, and all this other shit that, yes, is starting to infect the black community. Baby, if it's gonna be one thing that's gonna put black people on cold, girl, if it's time to defend, because I don't give a fuck, bitch, if you black, if you gay, straight, if you conservative, or you not. When all black people see that Alabama brawl, girl, when niggas started becoming track stars, girl, and was making their ancestors proud, girl, instead of drowning, they swam and turned that damn motherfucking moment in that damn space into a WWE pay-per-view event. Yeah, so I don't think that was the case. And again, if black people wanted to harm white America, it would have been done. What are you talking about? But see, we've internalized that. We've internalized that to where we've made that toxic for ourselves. And because Amir does not understand how the fuck we got here, because he does not understand that, he is responding in the same way that a lot of these other white people respond when it comes down to black experiences. And again, they platform him and they push him. Amir talking about working hard. Nigga, what hard work have you done? Your first video had over millions of views. It wasn't because of your talent. It wasn't because of your story. It was because you were the perfect weapon and you were an investment. And you have a purpose. You talking about motherfuckers giving you purpose, girl. It's gonna really, really be a shame when the true purpose of what you were used for is revealed. And a part of me does believe that Amir understands that.
Us, the Young Black Leadership Summit, that Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum, and Charlie Kirk
Listen
threw.
to this part.
It was the first initiative of that. And I was watching some of Brandon Tatum's videos, and I was like, hey, man, I don't know what's going on. I feel like my whole life's a lie. I just don't know. And we had a phone call. Then he invited me out to the summit, and I went, and it was like about 200 young black males and women there. And that like blew my mind open. So it was like such a hood event. Like everybody at the hotel, they got on their do-rags, people bought their PS4s, playing space, smoking weed. I'm like, this is like a family function, like a black reunion, but we're all in the White House. And I'm surrounded by a bunch of like black Republicans and black independents.
You turned into the Black House.
Yeah, literally. And then Corey in the House. Do you know that show?
No.
I forgot you're British. Do you know that show? Thank you. Corey in the House, Disney Channel. Anyways, and then the next day, Al Sharpton went online and was like, oh, all these MAGA Negroes are paid to be there. And I'm like, this is like the fake news Trump was talking about. Like, you're lying on us. And that's when like everything just exploded for me.
Now, when I heard that the first time, I was like, what the absolute fuck is you talking about? You got invited to be a part of this Young Black Leadership Summit, which I looked at some of the videos. And the part that got me is that, girl, when they were at the motel, Holiday Inn, and they were on the downtime, to see when the cameras were recording, when the red light was on, when the reporters were in the room, when the photographers were in the room, and the flashing was happening in the room, and all the people in the room, and it's all right, guys, 3, 2, 1, and we're live. in the room, girl, we're pumped and we're primped, and we're showing America that we are the leaders of tomorrow. We are the ones who are going to help the Black community. We are the ones, again, this is a young or youth or whatever Black leadership summit. This is for y'all to come into the place and come into the space to learn that it's just more than race. This was the time for y'all to prove and to learn and to understand and to, soak in the information, so that when you go back to your communities, you can start transforming them. Just to find out that once the red light is off, once the cameras are down, once we're okay, and print, we're gonna wrap it up. Good job, everybody. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. I'm sorry, this way, because they appropriate. They point their fingers instead of their middle ones. Girl, good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, have a nice one. And when y'all went back to the hotel, y'all niggas had on do-rags. Y'all niggas was playing spades, telling jokes and playing spades. Baby, y'all was sitting here. I'm surprised there wasn't no damn Mad Dog or no damn OE in that bitch. Girl, did y'all have Hennessy? Y'all pulled out the PS4s. You pulled out the blunts, and y'all was smoking the weed. Y'all was doing y'all were wearing the icon. Y'all were wearing the signifiers of the Black shit that y'all claim is destroying the neighborhood. The niggas with the do-rags, the trap niggas with the do-rags are outside gonna steal from you. The niggas smoking the weed and the blunts and the motherfucking raps and shit. Motherfucker had that shit pearled at the motherfucking end and shit, blowing big ass fucking blunts down. Had your ass coughing out a lung. Y'all playing spades. Y'all playing the sexy red. Y'all playing the trap music. Y'all do. But you know what it is? Because these individuals had their Black card revoked. Again, the system, just like when they talk about the whole, the system using Black women as far as, the whole welfare system, they using y'all too as the photo op. You talking about DEI. Y'all are the DEIs, nigga. They coming to y'all for the information of Blackness that y'all claim that y'all don't have no access to, which is why y'all had to come together at the White House that was created by Black people and still called the White House, and y'all was able to sit up there and y'all was able to cosplay Blackness. Because in the words of the great Paul Mooney, everybody want to be a nigga, but don't want to be a nigga.
You get to speak to Trump?
No. He spoke to us, and I shook his hand. That was it.
Yeah. What was it like being in the
Wait a minute. You said that, girl. Fuck what y'all say, girl. Fuck what y'all saying about Trump that y'all heard him say out of his own mouth, that is on video, and that was on live, and that's been screen recorded and shared and clipped all around the world, girl. Fuck all that. I'm gonna hear from his own mouth, girl, just for this nigga to say, okay, come on, shake my hand. What's your name? Amir. Nice to meet you. Nice. Good job. Next one. He ain't say shit to you, girl. So what did you hear from his mouth, girl? What did you ask a question? Is there some evidence? I know that I think you have your own perspective documented, and I should have had that for the live, but it was other stuff that I was getting together. But again, you didn't share any of that, so I'm confused here. I'm confused.
White House?
It was surreal because, again, I'm like being told like Black Americans built this country. I'm like, okay, well, I'm in like the White House. And it was so full circle for me too, because I was too poor to go on the 8th grade field trip to DC. And now my first time to DC is like inside the White House. Like that was pretty cool. But it was a really cool experience. Just being in that ambiance, like seeing the president right there and just thinking to myself, like, one, is this real life? But two, what other lies are being said, especially the day after when I found out how many people were lying about the event.
So we've said that the usual liberal narrative is that the Black culture has...
Okay, well, going forward, here's my clarifying question to what that civil rights leader, I forgot who you said it was, said. Did y'all have to pay to go there Was all like, did you have to take care of your own travel accommodations? Did you have to come out of pocket to be able to go to this summit? Or was this summit presented to you free of charge? If it is the latter, which is you were taken care of and all expenses were paid, baby, y'all technically were paid to be there.
Developed from slavery and systemic oppression. What would the usual right-wing narrative be?
For what?
For Black culture's development.
Oh, interesting question.
I feel
What would the right wing, what are they saying about the Black culture's development? How did that come about? How did we get here? Like Carrie Clark shit. Oh, boo, boo, boo. Oh, boo, boo, boo. Girl, how did we get here?
like just the lack of fathers in the home, the lack of structure,
What's
the
up,
lack
Queen
of leadership.
Spicy? There's going to have
the
to be a
lack
replay
of,
game, baby, because I'm going in tonight.
Yeah, I think they always just default to the family, which makes sense. I mean,
So the Republican perspective is that for Black community, the reason why they feel is because the father is not in the home. That's what you're saying, Amir? The biggest thing for them is family structure. Interesting.
when you're thinking about it, if you're looking at a family in the hood, if the daddy ain't there, you got the mama. She's trying to work, but also trying to have fun. So really, she's more so providing for the kid than raising the kid.
What's the difference? Flesh out.
Now, before we get into the difference, just because these people have grown up in single-parent households, there are plenty of children who are successful despite being raised in a single-parent household because they were able to have what is known as a community and a village around them, which is one thing that the system has tried to destroy within Black people, because once Black people get together, shit really shake. They know that, which is why they have to get us in mass to make America. So imagine what would happen if we were to make our own version of America, because girl, our ancestors are the blueprint, and their energy and their essence runs through our fucking veins to this day. To Amir's point, yes, we are in a better place than our ancestors have ever been, which is why they want us to be dumb and stupid and to be divisive, because if we were to come together, we could really make some shit shake and really make some changes that would actually make the ancestors proud. And baby, when y'all hear the second video of Amir Odom talking about the ancestors and he over there trying to include himself into this girl, whoo, baby, y'all gonna make me smoke my shit. And I just read up today. God damn it.
Providing is like just doing the bare minimum. Like, you're feeding your child, you provide a roof over the head, they're going to school. It's pretty much it. Whereas I feel like raising is like, you're teaching them lessons, you're spending a lot of quality time with them.
More nurturing.
Yeah, more nurturing, which is something I really didn't have. Like, I feel like I've had, sperm donor who's always gone. Like, that, not existent. But I always feel like I had, it sucks, but like, I feel like I had a mom, but not a mother. Like, I feel like I didn't have that nurturing aspect. And I feel like that's also the case for a lot of other Black kids out there. But if you're looking at the situation, like being in the hood, okay, that young Black boy is just going to go out in the street and make money himself, selling all the drugs, than like sitting in the house. So I get that aspect a little bit, but it's the family.
How is this the best that you got? This motherfucker sat up here and said, if there was any person that would be amazing to have this conversation with, is you. Yeah, because it will be easy, because he already knows what to say that's in favor of the oppressor. He's not factoring in these people's lived experiences like we're going to do on tonight. Don't worry, we're going to get there.
Like, if there's no structure, no leadership, no nothing, these kids just go out there and they don't care. That's why we see the rise of the teen takeovers and all these young Black kids. I'm sorry. Like, when you look at everything going on in America regarding teen takeovers and all the weird rules changing, theme parks have instituted new policies, malls, the cruise ships, skating rinks, parks, water parks, every aspect of like entertainment has put in new codes of conduct. Because young Black teens, primarily, if you look at these teen takeovers and all these riots and stuff, it's always young Black kids.
And this isn't 10 or 20. This is like hundreds, right?
Hundreds. And I'm not saying there aren't some white kids in there, some Asians, some Hispanics. I'm not saying that's not the case. But it's always primarily Black kids. A lot of people can't talk about that, can't mention it because it'd be seen as racist, and it's rude to call that out, and it goes down the whole rabbit hole. But I feel like it's correlated. Like, these kids aren't being raised. They have no care for the world. They don't even think. I feel like most kids that compose themselves growing up is because they have a future they're looking forward to. They have a goal. They have aspirations and dreams. A lot of these other kids, they don't. Other than if they want to be a rapper or a ball player. But they just go out there and just act a fool because there's nothing else to like look up to. And it's sad.
It's a really tough question.
Amir. The reason why the conversation from your perspective goes to race, because if you call that out, you're a racist. You call that out, you're racist. And I'm so upset because I feel like I did not include this into my PowerPoint presentation I'm going to show y'all in a bit when we get to the second video. Because I was just trying to make sure I had all this shit as structured as possible. But in some of my research, I, again, through Gemini, through Claude, cross-referencing those things to make sure that I'm objective as possible, asking questions and stuff like that. Here's the thing. There is a narrative that has been on black people for the longest time that black people are dangerous. No MJ. That has always been the case. Always. So much to the point to where, again, now we are sipping the Kool-Aid and believing it. And once we get into the whole hip-hop thing, trust me, we're going to break that down because maybe it would help Amir to understand. But here it is that whenever there are large groups of black people, there is a heavier presence of police because, again, like with Fox News and everything else, black people are dangerous. Other white right-wing nationalists who were connected to Mr. Kirk and a part of that party stated that you use your own experience, no shade, to validate that. But when we look at things like spring break, where a bunch of drunk, publicly drunk, white kids who are flashing titties, isn't that indecent exposure? Where they literally, quote unquote, take over the literal fucking area. But the police is more laxed with that. The police is more, oh, they're just rowdy college kids. They're just, you know, you remember when you were young, Barbara. Come on now, Barbara. Don't forget now. Don't pretend, bitch. You remember. It's the whole situation. But when it's black people, there is a security risk or a more imminent feeling of threat there. When we look at teen takeovers are basically just like a big ass flash mob amalgamation of young people deciding to meet up in public places at large, because the primary reason for a teen takeover is more of a social media thing. We all get together, we all make TikToks, we all do the latest TikTok dance or whatever the fuck we doing. We're going to do that type of shit, girl. We're going to network. It is a safe space. But when you have a place where there are a bunch of networking, you're going to always, unfortunately, have bad faith people come into the situation and try to make it something else. Because even though that event initially is created to bring the teams together so that they, because like Amir says, you know, well, we had MySpace and we had all these other things and we had a tween phase. Okay, every generation has a phase where they all connect on one way, shape, form, or fashion. No shade. I don't watch SpongeBob. I don't understand SpongeBob, but somehow SpongeBob is a fucking phenomenon. I don't know, but it happened. So this is their form of them coming together to be able to create something that is controlled by them. But you're dealing with people, right? Since all lives matter, let's stay on let's take the all lives matter route real quick. People, right? There are also going to be people who don't like that bitch because that bitch said something about my mama, that bitch said something about my daughter, that bitch said something about me, this bitch said something about my deceased family member, friend, or whatever online. When I see her, it's on site. Yes, this is social media. Just like public transportation, girl, you're dealing with the public. You don't know who the fuck you're dealing with. So yes, you have some of those people that go to those spaces because a lot of popular people are going to be there, which is going to bring all the other people out, which also make it opportune times and opportunities to sneak a bitch, to get a bitch, to clip a bitch, or to wet a bitch up, or to take a bitch scalp, pull a bitch scalp back, to where it ends up in violence. But again, what they do is when they see a black person doing that, they don't care if they look like Amir Odom or not. They don't care about their character or their personality, which is what MLK said. He wished his children, him and his children and his children's children, to be judged on the content of their character and not the color of their skin, are just going to see that, which is why we have countless videos of black people minding their own fucking business. And here comes Karen, trying to figure out why you guys are over here, who you are, and what you're doing. But I don't ever see Amir take those videos in mass and trying to educate his community, because again, this is objective, right? Then he's not willing to educate his community, his audience, on how they can be accountable for what happens on their side. And here's the thing, everybody's again talking about, well, your side and your side and your side. Well, BubzDaGawd, baby, we objective. Are we perfect? No, but we objective. We gonna check our side. If anything, we gonna check our side first, just to make sure we're good. Just to make sure we're good. Because when I get on YouTube, I try my best to make sure that I am informed about what I'm talking about. Because one thing that I do not like and that makes me uncomfortable is to talk about shit that I don't fucking know, which is why when that happens, I am mostly quiet. Because this is the time for me to learn so I can formulate my own thought as opposed to following the fucking status quo because everybody feels that way. I don't give a damn. I'm still going to research it for myself because it may not work for me. The same way that everything that I think about that I do is not going to work for you. Find what works for you. And as long as you find something that works for you and you're not harming yourself or others objectively, I don't give a damn. Live your life. And I advocate for that. Live and let live. I don't give a damn, baby. When there's a will, there is a way. Y'all don't get to limit reality because of y'all limited understanding. That is not our problem. That is yours. Let's also further talk about no shade. Whenever these big ass sports events happen and one team wins and one team loses, all of a sudden there are riots that happen. Cars are flipped over, set on fire, drunk white people in the streets destroying shit, throwing shit. And what does the media label that as? Oh, it's a bunch of drunk ass winners. They're happy. They're just celebrating. Or, oh, they're a bunch of losers. Oh my God. Then the police may come in a little bit. They're not coming in riot gear. They're not coming with bullets. They're not coming with tear gas. But whenever black people show up en masse, especially in protest, what are they met with? They're not met with police officers who are calm and relaxed. They're not met with police officers who just have that whole, oh, they're just having a good time. You know, they work hard for their money. And hey, as long as they're not stealing or shooting, I don't give a damn. If you want to sip your Hennessy, go ahead. You want your Hennessy wings? Go ahead and get them. I personally don't want it, but hey, to each his own. No, it is a more militant approach to where these people are prepared for something to jump off. We literally have somebody that is part of the short step revolution. Shout out to T for T. Okay, make sure y'all subscribe to them as well. Dope ass content creator, baby. He's over in Africa. Aisha, girl, getting in that motherfucking motherland booty, bitch. Shout out to him. Okay, he literally said that when he was living in the States and he was out there, no shade, boots on the ground, for real, without the motherfucking fan, girl, protesting. He literally stated that police officers told him that they were going to throw his ass in the river, that they were going to do all type of horrendous shit to him. He has been arrested, if I'm not mistaken. He has been assaulted, if I'm not mistaken. So he has been a part of that experience. So Amir, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Again, Trump played in y'all face and said that black people built this country and that you guys don't get enough credit for it, but I'm going to give y'all in my presidency, because that was the first presidency, girl, to be able to show y'all what that looks like, girl. And here it is, the second presidency, and this is what the fuck y'all got? Because how has that helped the black community at large? How have you helped the black community? Fuck me. I'm a low-level motherfucking YouTuber. Content creator, girl. I am nowhere on your level, nor am I in your trajectory. At least not right now. But since you got the resources, you got the information, and again, these people are coming to you, asking you what your perspective is, how do you solve it, what do you do about it? Okay, we want you to show us what it looks like. Don't just use no clips from the comfort of your damn home, girl. We need you to motherfucking walk the streets of Chicago, Miss Mamas, with the organizations that I'm going to name later on in this live, girl, during my PowerPoint presentation. But we're going to need for you to do that. So that, again, you can shut all of us up to where a BubzDaGawd or a DyQuil Dante or whoever had a perspective on you could be like, you know what? I got to give her 10s. I got to give it to, I got to give Miss Mamas a 10. She educate me. Yes, educate me. Get me together. Crack my face. Okay, let me collect my face off the goddamn floor, because you just hit me with so much information, so much objective fact, girl, and then challenge motherfuckers like me to do more, girl. Like, that's what you do. That's what a leader would do. Because again, Trump, by way of Brennan Tatum, has selected you to be a part of this leadership summit, girl. And this is the best you got? This is the best that you got, nigga? And the way that you know it's real is that, girl, you got to be able to have black people who is on your side come to your side. You got to do that. Because it wasn't a fella nigga that was able to help you, quote unquote, wake up from the woke virus or to be delivered from the woke virus, girl. It was another white man that did that to you. So how you going to do that for niggas? You got to be able to know where a motherfucker come from, girl. And again, like I said, if you're really trying to have that conversation with the niggas, with the black people, with the people on the other side, girl, if you're really about it, then like I said, we want to talk to Jamal. We want to talk to Jamal Henderson Marquise V. We want to talk to him. We want to see Jamal on the screen with his do-rag, his glasses on, and his damn blunt in his ear. Because Amir Odom told you bitches, girl, he said, girl, I know y'all talking about y'all want to find me and y'all want to harm me, girl. And y'all, I would never get to that point, girl. You don't press me enough to be able to do that. The only way I'm coming for a bitch like that is if you do something to me first physically, like harm my damn family. Then yes, it's going to have to be the motherfucking equalizer on your ass, the leprechaun edition, most definitely. He let y'all know that he ain't playing no games because he also got his peace. And shout out to gay men having their peace, to protect their peace. But that's what I want to see is that. That's how you're going to be able to cross over and have these conversations with black people, because the black people are asking for the conversation. The BubzDaGawds are asking for the conversation, or shall I say the proof. The DyQuil Dante, shout out to him, almost at 80,000 subscribers, tapped on your shoulder and said, Miss Mamas, we need you to, hello. If it ain't gonna be me, it's gonna be somebody else. And shout out to the universe using somebody who has more notoriety, more reach to be able to tap on his shoulder so that we all can start having the real ass black conversation. Cause I wouldn't mind sitting down having the conversations with a Candace Owens and a Brennan Tatum. The only thing that I require, girl, is that we hit the blunt a few times. Let's hit the sativa a few times. Here you go. And be careful, Candace. Because that motherfucking just for me as perm, girl, is flammable. So I think you might want to, let me light it for you, girl. Let me start it off and I'll point it to, I'll pass it to you. And remember, puff, puff, give. And if you paying for this shit, you get to be able to talk with the shit in your hand as it burns. You don't get to do that with my shit. Let's continue.
Question to answer, but I still feel like we haven't done it as to why this has actually developed the way it has. If it's not Medicaid, if it's not the Civil Rights Act, if it's not slavery, why is there that difference? And this is a really stupid question to ask, but I'm here as an outsider from the UK, someone who's grown up in Brighton and Hove, which is the woke capital of Europe pretty much, and highest atheist population, like highest gay population in the UK. So I've been raised on, I mean, if anything, identity politics in the wrong direction. Well, identity politics is bad, but in an extreme direction of Black Lives Matter and whatever else. And I've kind of countered that, come to my own conclusions of taking this colorblind approach where I look at people and I'm like, what the fuck does skin color matter? Like, we're all humans, right? How have we gone to a point where people are so segmented culturally based on their skin color? Like,
and again, this would be the time, because again, we cannot have this conversation without talking about race. It was 400 plus years of oppression due to race. Don't get uncomfortable now that y'all got to answer for the conversations or what happened because of that. Because y'all forefathers had no problem doing it. Just like how black people, according to Amir, had no problem doing the violent thing, doing the harmful thing. Nigga, these white people have also done what the fuck they've done too. Have they had conversations about reconciliation when it comes down to that? No. And then on top of that, that same system is telling black people they have to work harder. And that is nothing new. You could have gotten all the fucking cotton that you could at that time. Do better tomorrow. Damn, can I get a good job? I finally met the quota and I ain't getting whipped. Can I at least have a good job? Good job, Jethro. You want me to work harder in the fields? A little positive reinforcement might help. And Amir doesn't understand that. And doesn't want to understand that. Because if he were to understand that, then the people that really affirmed him when his own people didn't, baby, that would be the ultimate Uno reverse card. And there's a part of me that does believe that Jamal understands that, which is why we haven't seen Jamal yet. At least not publicly.
Why has it gone down this direction?
I think the multitude of everything. I mean, it's such a cop-out answer, but it's like when you have, some people blame the drugs, some people blame slavery, some people blame the lack of the fathers. I think it's a combination of it all.
Oh, really?
But it all comes back to me personally, the family. And when you add in just the little stuff, like for me, being raised and told, hey, you're gonna have to work harder than a white person. That's like a little check mark. Like, okay, that's in the back of my head. Like, I'm already looking at whites a little bit different. You think back to second, third grade. We're learning about the civil rights movement. And you're in second, third grade as a kid, watching black people get sprayed by water hose by white people. That's a little, okay, I'm already looking at white people a little bit different. Like, you did that, your grandpa did that to my grandpa, adds in that little like touch point. Then you look at the media. Okay, they want to highlight all these black shootings and white cops shooting black people. Okay, that's all I'm seeing. They're not talking about how like rare it is. They're not talking about the instances where a cop dies at the hands of a black man. So you add in that, then you add in, you know, the black culture leaders, musicians talking about F the cops and being black in America. Then you have the Al Sharptons and the Don Lemons. It's like a combination of it all creates someone that is just stuck in this victimhood mindset. And when you're in that mindset, it's you against the world. And you just look down on yourself, and that energy that feeds off into your kids, into your friends, into your neighborhood, into your community. And it creates this culture, sadly, of people that just are victims.
Okay, so if that is the case, where are all of the efforts of white America doing the best they can and sacrificing to be able to help black people to better themselves, where it benefits the people who need it, primarily, ultimately, to where they can get onto the even footing? Because again, Amir, you was taught this by your own people who also experienced this. And just because you haven't had a racist experience personally does not mean that it does not exist or it doesn't happen. But again, you're being used as the example to quell black people's sentiments about the system this entire time. You trying to make it easier for them to not do their fucking work. You're actually making them the DEI. Because again, if black people built this country, then we want to see what white people do but see, we know what they have done. When they said make America great again, the question that we keep asking you is what made it great? What made America great? What are you talking about? What are the qualities and the signifiers that is considered objectively what made America great? What is that? What is that? And on top of that, where do black people and queer people and these other oppressed groups of people or the undesirables of society at large, where do they fit into that? And the problem and the issue that I have, especially with Amir with this situation, is that he believes that if we were to honor what we've already done multiple times, which is considered or called the respectable politics and the respectable way, that it will change things. When has it changed things for us? Because like CTV said, and the reality of it all, when MLK was unalived, when Malcolm X was unalived, when these people who wore suits, shirts and ties and dress shoes and emulated the people to let them know that, again, I'm not like these niggas who need help, who need a leader. I'm the one that, again, is the leader. I am the one that the people are looking up to. I am the one that the people back. I am the one that the people support. What happened to them, Amir? What did respectability politics unfortunately get them? And the crazy part is that, bro, you live in the deep South with your white husband. And you ultimately believe that the majority at large see you as an exception. How is that the case? Again, you got to show us how that is the case. And thus far, I'm not seeing it.
And to look at varying different things as bad. And I think that's how we end up getting here to where we are today.
Is calling this black culture the most helpful framing? I can imagine if you tried to call something white culture, you'd immediately be met with pushback that it depends on which white people, where they are in the world, where they are in America, what state they're in, what job they do. So would there be a more useful framing that it's actually not black culture, but it's people who have had certain life trajectories based on other experiences?
Right.
Interesting. So again, like he said, if you were to say white culture, there would be all this context and nuance, and you got to understand it. Okay, well, it's the same thing for black people, especially since we are the bastard children of America. We are the children that the father didn't really want. We were just here to just serve. But listen to Amir's response to that.
That makes sense. I feel like saying black culture probably isn't the most helpful, but when we're framing this, so I try to make all my content for someone more so coming from that mindset. So when all these people group these things up, it's easier to talk like the group and show them that, hey, that kind of doesn't make sense. Because are there black billionaires? Yeah. Are there Black sane people? Yeah. But when you have this mainstream, large part Black community, BLM, to the point where it's embedded in our society in America, where you can go on Google Maps and say, I want a Black business, you're kind of stuck to using that framework and using that language because that's what everyone is used to. And especially when you're as a community, you keep referencing Black Lives Matter, Black community, Black kings, Black businesses. You're forcing that community aspect on everyone. So now you're including me in that because I'm Black. So I'm going to speak to that and call it out. Kind of like the LGBTQ community, where I know there's normal gays out there saying gay people, and I don't subscribe to the modern day LGBTQ plus community, but I still say LGBTQ community because they've made it such a big umbrella term to the point where now anyone sees a rainbow flag, they're like, Anyone sees LGBTQ community, they're like, because they've gotten such a stronghold on what that means.
So they've shot themselves in the foot. They've been counterproductive with their movement, and they've actually done the exact opposite of what they were looking to achieve. It feels like there are loads of crossovers here with so-called Black culture and gay culture or LGBTQ culture, where maybe, like with everything, there's a little bit of truth to the oppression, the past, that's muddy and murky. But that then transfers into a victim mindset, where it's this perpetual self-fulfilling prophecy of only looking at the bad things in your life. Taking every single killing of a certain individual out of context as a representation of the oppression that you're seeing. And it's a classic thing of what you aim at is what you see. You only look at the negatives. You don't look at all the progress. You don't look at the rest of the world as well, the rest of history. And it means that you're never really going to make progress other than these harsh lines drawn in the sand of identity, which is literally the opposite of what these people are trying to achieve. They're trying to achieve equality. They're trying to achieve a world where people aren't judged. And then they put all of these borders up between us. That's what angers me about the Black Lives Matter movement and people getting called racist for saying all lives matter. The LGBT movement, where if you're not an ally or homophobic or whatever, I'm like, you just live your life, man. I actually don't really care. Like, respectfully, you're a human, and that's the extent to which I see it.
That's exactly what they...
And we have to understand, girl, no shade. He is from the UK. So he doesn't really understand how this system has happened in America and how it was created. And this is the gaslighting that I'm talking about right here. Like, Amir, your pawpaw, may he rest in power. I'm not saying nothing bad about him, but I'm pretty sure he had his own experiences with racism. My grandfather, who is in his 90s, who is a Black man, talked about his experiences dealing with racism. And guess what? He was the one that actually turned out, like you said, to do the hard work to where he was able to provide a very, very, very comfortable life for his wife and his family. Who I've had conversations with about his experience. And the funny part is that he said, oh, well, there may be a little bit of truth inside, the oppression, and the waters are very murky. Well, I think we need to get some rocks and some tree trims and some damn fern lee or whatever, and make a filtration center, a thing or whatever, and filter that murky water, or try to change that water, or do something to transmute that water into the clear water so we can clearly see what's going on, because that is where the answer is also in as well. He says, well, people don't want to have these uncomfortable conversations. Well, when we talk about those uncomfortable truths, let's explore those uncomfortable truths. And trust me, I personally, just like other people have shared, understands what that is like, because I had to deal with some uncomfortable truths about myself that helped to change my life for the better. But again, I can love myself all day. I can appreciate myself all day. I can affirm myself all day. It does not make me objectively exempt from a hate crime. It objectively does not make me safe from my life being taken. The people's lives who have been taken, do you think they woke up one day and was like, yep, I feel it in my spirit, I'm going today? No, their whole life changed. When you talk about George Floyd, this grown-ass man that y'all considered a criminal was crying for his motherfucking mom, bro. Reduced down to a child because he was put in a predicament where he knew he was going to lose his life. And then you have people sitting up here saying, well, it's really just what you put your mind to, because if you sit up here with this self-fulfilling prophecy of teaching your children how to survive the encounter and how they should act, and they have to be respectable. Hell, the way that Amir is sitting here talking about how black people need to work on this shit and become more respectable is also the problem. Because it's teaching black children that you have to operate in a certain type of way so that you don't end up like those black people over there who are going to be made an example of. And I can't wait until we get to the other video where Amir starts to give us a little bit of Jamal energy, because that's when I'm going to come through with some of the BubzDaGawd, Bubs the Leprechaun energy, and then also these PowerPoints to offer more of the context. I just wanted y'all to hear Amir's thoughts without challenge, without having to be defensive, just having a casual conversation with these individuals who in some cases kind of be clocking Amir unbeknownst to them, but really is about, again, trying to soften the blows that Black Lives Matter and that the queer community has done to the system, because the system keep beating on us. So now that we throw a motherfucking jab, it's a problem and it's an issue. I really just hope that one day that Amir, it ain't even gotta be my video, somebody, Quail, whoever, I just hope one day Amir gets to a point to where it's like, first of all, when it comes out to this black shit and this gay shit, I'm about to really get paid double, because I'm about to really become Jamal and really say what these white people are afraid to say, girl. I'm about to really get paid in the shade, girl. I'm gonna do that. But I also need for Jamal to show us what change looks like. Because you said you met Trump, you was gonna hear from Trump's mouth, and Trump just looked at you, shook his hand, shook your hand, and then kept it moving. You ain't asked him shit. So your opportunity at that moment failed. Damn, I guess the leadership part didn't really kick in yet. This is the time for you to show us what the leader is, because you have been prompted and pushed and poised to be a leader, which is why when you went to that summit, your life low-key changed, because now they also chose you and your story and how you walk away from BLM and how you walked away from the queer community. And now you're walking in this objective truth of, I got everything together and I know what I'm doing. The question I want to know is, or what I really want to see is, again, that leadership be put into practice. Because at the end of the day, yes, you got people that's hating you, that's watching. Do I hate you? No. I already gave the stipulations for me to hate somebody, baby. You have to do some real dark shit to me, girl. But you also have people that are watching you. And since you claim at the beginning of your videos that you have real, sane, rational conversations, then other people that are watching you, even though they may not be popular, girl, you still have people watching you, girl, that also have information that obviously your ass need to be able to make more of a contextual, nuanced response to things, but you're missing other parts of it, which is why here on this platform, it may not be popular, but guess what? I sit here and I listen for hours to other people's conversations, girl. I guess that's just a eunuch part of me. I'm gonna always be listening. I get the tea. So again, if you're propping yourself up with almost having close to 1 million subscribers, and shout out to you for that, no shade, no hateration, but since you're on that path, bro, you have more of a responsibility. And the era that we're in, you can't fail in that pimping. Because again, you got selected to go to the Youth or Young Black Leadership Summit held by Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum, and the late Kirk, who has went on to glory with Spock in them. Okay? So I want to see that leadership in action. Shout out to Professor X Factor says, this generation doesn't realize that Nazi Germans study American Jim Crow laws to disenfranchise their own Jew. Whoo! The generation must put an end once and for all to that Republican playbook. And no shade, it's gonna have to be some generation, because I'm tired. I've been told by multiple people, countless people, that it will never happen in our generation. It will never happen. 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 And that's why the system will continue to win, continue to win, continue to win, continue to win, continue to reap, continue to steal, continue to call us theirs. It's going to continue what it's been doing, and your children, your family, your friends, your community is going to be subjected to that. And now that we're living in a space to where, no shade, even white people are feeling uncomfortable about how this administration is operating, baby. And it's sad, but again, y'all can't sit up here and not want to talk about racism when racism is what created this country and made it great. Every time that we had conversations to try to rectify the situation, every time we try to have a conversation for some sort of way for the people who have been hurt, used, and abused in this way, for them to be compensated for their pain. Because again, these are people who work for free. Y'all be talking about illegal immigrants. At least these motherfuckers they made the choice to come over here and to get paid something. And because they, even though they ain't black, Amir, and they have to work twice as hard, they have to work 3 times as hard. Because they're illegal. They don't know English. Okay. So they gonna have to do work and do hella good work at a lower price. But we're talking about people who came over here, didn't come over here by their own free will, was brought over here. So a lot of them didn't make it over here to do work for free. Not get connected for free with education connection, but to work, bitch, for free. To slave and labor, bitch, for free. And that didn't happen for one generation. It was multiple generations. And then when they became free, then the whole thing, I think with the 13th Amendment, if I'm not mistaken, girl, when we can arrest motherfuckers, girl. And that's where crime happened, to where, again, these people are evil. This has been the thing from the beginning of time. Again, The Birth of a Nation literally was a film about the South winning, and they were doing what they wanted to do to these ape-like people who were going to be destructive, and that will destroy you. The civil rights movement, which wasn't even over 100 years ago, was started because Emmett Till was unalived, because the bitch who lied and confirmed that she died before Satan dragged her ass to hell, girl. Like drag me to hell, that old babushka looking woman with the mothball breath, girl, and the hot ass yellow teeth, bitch, and fangs, dragged her to hell, girl. Now you have people that are literally out here saying that Emmett Till was in love with this girl and was saying, girl, I'm so motherfucking horny, bitch, I'm willing to die for you, no prince. Just for him to be beaten in such a way that instead of the mama being respectful and respectable, and it's gonna be a closed casket thing because I don't want to see my child like this, because it's my child and it's about me and my time, and I lost my child, and oh my God, it's about me. She said no, because this is the future generation of other children that are going to have to deal with this. So don't close the damn thing. Let it be open and let America deal with it. Stop playing this pomp, circumstance, fake ass shit, bitch. Let's see the real shit. Since y'all really about that life, show the real shit. And she did that. And that shook Black America up so much because, again, they thought about their children, because when they saw Emmett Till, they saw their children, or hell, they saw some of their fucking family members who were unalived. Maybe not to the extent of how Emmett Till was, but still unalived. And again, Amir, when those same people who are not throwing ass in the circle, them same people who ain't motherfucking sipping on lean and sniffing whippets, singing with auto-tune, because in the studio with the shit off, it sound like they dying and crying for help, girl, they soul crying out. They weren't doing any of that. They were yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. They were very respectful. They were very chill. They were very cool. cool. They were very nonchalant about it. They were very much mind your business, mind your manners, keep moving forward. Don't say nothing. Don't say a word. Don't look this way. Don't move this way. Don't act this way. Because if you do, these sentries are going to find something about you. And bitch, we ain't just talking about respectability back then. Look at today. Like I said, with all these clips, girl, there are black people minding their own business in the park, selling water outside of stores, skateboarding in the parking lot, pulling up to the damn store with their music blasting and playing, you know, being an American, doing American things, living the American life. I mean, racism is over, right? I mean, Amir, you're saying that black people, that white man is saying that black people with his ignorant ass, no, and I say ignorant because he don't know, not because anything personal, he just don't know. He's from the UK. He doesn't know. But girl, all these things that you're saying that black people continue to just hold on to, girl, like, and here's the question. When did white America drop racism? I would love to know that answer. But apparently white America, unbeknownst to us, dropped racism, and we're the ones who keep beating the hell out of this dead fucking horse. So if that's the case, then why is it when black people are walking through white neighborhoods or delivering in white neighborhoods, or hell, you know, worked really hard and now live in those neighborhoods? Because like Amir gonna say in this other video, girl, the only way that you get out the hood, girl, and you don't come back, girl. The hood is for the hood niggas, girl. It's for the sick people, the people who are at the bottom of the barrel, the people who gonna make us look bad, girl. I'm not gonna live there. That's why everybody moved to the suburbs. And no shade, girl. My ass live in the suburbs now. No shade. It's a different experience than when I lived in Detroit. Different. So I can understand that aspect. It's sad that the community cannot get back to that point, because again, there was a point in time where black people were unified, where black people were on code, where black people understood the assignment. But bitch, when you do that all the time, you eventually are going to be tired. So yes, and we're gonna get more into it, because again, we're gonna be here for a while. I'm giving y'all a good live, baby. Because of that, we have now internalized it to where now we are harming ourselves. And now the people that know shade, if we're harming ourselves, bitch, this wasn't no self-fulfilling prophecy of something that we discover, this was because the outside kept telling us we wasn't shit because of the color of our skin. And the only thing that's happening now with black people is that at large, a lot of us are starting to believe it. And once you start doing that to yourself, dark things happen. And what pisses me off is that Amir, nigga, you know what that's about. Because again, levels of oppression that you felt from it wasn't from the white man in your personal experience. Just like for me, I haven't had a whole bunch of racist experience. I had like maybe 2 or 3. Everything else was from my own people. Again, I have every right to think like Amir, but because I've done my research and I understand where people come from, and I learned to lean into my empathy more, of course, cautiously, with awareness, with what's the word I'm looking for? Discernment, but understand that these things are systemic. I'm trying my best to get through the video because I know that a lot of people don't like long form content, but this is what, I'm not the end all be all, and I'm not the perfect example, but I'm doing my best to be able to show what community should be doing. And there is accountability on our part. I can understand why we're at that place. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm gonna do what I can to be able to help make it right. But I can understand, again, when you've dealt with proving yourself over and over and over and over again, sometimes you start blaming other black people, so that the attention is so fractured within whiteness to where it's like you think white people are gonna really sit up here and try to figure out or decide when they're going to, or how they know which black person is threatening and which one isn't. Because even Amir, you stated that your ass walks when you go to like the queer events and concerts, you basically got on the motherfucking Trayvon Martin attire. You got on the motherfucking hoodie, and you make it more conspicuous, girl, with the damn glasses. Or should I say inconspicuous, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. He was up here saying things. Excuse me. What'd you say first? It can start by requiring the new Congress to create a legal mechanism to officially designate seeders of mass hate groups and fear-mongering domestic groups as terrorists. That is missing. No shade, because they're creating false narratives about a group of people so that they can get in positions of power to where they can enact upon their opinions and their perspectives on this fear without actually doing the full research and having as complete context as possible and nuance as possible. Get as much information as possible. And I do agree with that. But the powers that be, especially in this administration, or excuse me, I'm sorry, Queen Stevie, keep correcting me. Not administration, regime, excuse me. In this current regime, the terrorists have taken over America. Secondly, the Congressional Black Caucus should sponsor a study of Brazilian laws and learn how they successfully curtail racism, then bring that here. See, this is what I'm talking about. And see, I don't know everything. I ain't gonna be no damn politician. I'm not finna do it. Baby, I'm gonna be able to advocate in my gifts and talents, which is going to be my projects, because that's where I show up at. But we also need to have people within our own communities. And you know what I wish the thing would be? Because again, with Amir, the reason why I also continue to do my commentary on Amir is because Amir says that he's middle right leaning. Okay, nigga, come to the middle. Let go of the right, just like I'm going to let go of the left. Because the Democratic Party is not perfect. In my own personal opinion, the Democratic Party is just the other wing on the same bird that is guiding us to hell. And we need to be in the middle to at least cleave that bitch in the middle, girl, so that there can be something for the people, because the people who are suffering is us. And this will be the time to come together. And I love what this white man is saying as far as, well, you know, I just see you people as humans, and I don't care what you do, bro. Like, live and let live, baby. Okay, well, there aren't a lot of people who think like that. Because they're going to always have a scapegoat. They're going to always have something that they need to highlight. You're talking about victimhood. Look at this current regime. They're claiming to be victims. Christians are claiming to be victims. And the funny part about it is that when they claim to be victims, they automatically get their shit solved right then and there. They don't have to wait 20, 30, 40, 50 years and work hard with blood, sweat, and tears. They ain't got to go through all this destruction and turmoil that the black community has gone through and survived, mind you. Look at what they were able to accomplish in this regime and what they're willing to accomplish and what the fuck they telling us that they're accomplishing. And not only that, what they're showing us. And black people, we are in a critical state. See, no shade. Since y'all say that two men can come together and procreate, I don't have to worry about my moments. I mean, my moments being an one. I don't have that burden. Sorry. It's not my story, nor my testimony, nor will it ever be my deliverance. But since a lot of y'all who are cis hetero do, you're now bringing in another black child that's going to have to experience what it's like to be black. You know, the one thing that black people are tired of experiencing. You think black people want to experience this? Because it kind of sounds like y'all making it seem like black people have this fetish for pain. Like we are the disciples of fucking Hellraiser, Pinhead, or some shit. Like I would be playing this pleasure. No. We want to live. We want to live. It's time to live. And it's difficult to live and heal and thrive in an environment that was not created for your advancement in that realm. And yes, it's funny, Amir. There are more black millionaires and no shade billionaires, but yet there are niggas dying. Yet there's a church, a liquor store, now a dispensary, shout out to dispensaries, girl, and a funeral home on the same block, or across the street from each other, or around the corner and around the way from each other. That is always bumping. The church always bumping. Dispensary always bumping. Shout out to the way. The liquor stores always bumping. The Hennessy, oh my God, the Hennessy. And we definitely know the funeral parlors, the funeral homes ain't gonna ever be out of business, especially in those areas. Baby, unfortunately, a lot of unalivings is gonna put some black children through college. It's going to create generational wealth for some black families. Meanwhile, the only, to my knowledge, mortician that spoke out about this violence that Amir and all the other black conservatives and the white conservatives use as a shield for blackness, he was the only one that was out there saying it. Why wasn't he invited to the Black Leader Summit? Why didn't y'all invite the mortician that cares, that goes out on the streets and shows people pictures of some of the autopsy process that your ass may go through if you continue down this route, down this road, either jail or the grave? And it's very fewly rare that niggas be able to escape both of those. Well, they do go to jail, but escape the latter. It's so much information, bro, that Amir is choosing to not observe, not understand, not research. You too busy worried about Jesse Jackson or Reverend Al Sharpton or whoever the hell it was, girl, talking about these niggas was paid. Well, like I said, girl, if you ain't paid for shit and everything was paid for you, you paid, bitch. You paid. But you worried about, oh my God, that's when it was a lie. And you ran with it, but yet you don't do no damn videos where your ass is sitting up here talking about the information that we as black people get wrong, using our own history to say, hey, black people, you were lied to. Candace Owens tried it with her documentary about George Floyd, girl, and Daily Wire dropped her so fast, girl, that whatever edges was left, girl, this bitch ended up almost looking like Bootsy K, girl. She almost had a motherfucking drop fade. How fast she fell. Girl. And what happened? Here goes Karen. Also, Bubs lives in it. Yeah. Look at me, mister. I'm a star. I'm glad you used that reference because that's exactly what the fuck is going on here, girl. Everybody want to be a nigga but don't want to be a nigga. They gonna sit up here and talk about black music and culture, but because he's buddies and friends and good girlfriends with the white people who ain't got to be a part of the culture, they get to participate in the culture. Yeah, that nigga shit, and they play the nigga music and all. That's the shit I don't like. A rich nigga, that's the shit I don't. Oh my God, this is my shit. Shake your ass. Watch yourself. Attention, young. Whatever he said. What, girl? What? I'm glitching. Attention, all young players and pimps. Right now is the place to be. I thought I told y'all niggas before. Y'all niggas can't fuck with me. Shake your ass. But watch yourself. That's what it's giving. And Amir gets to be a part of that. So where even in these spaces, Jamal slipped out a little bit, the nigga, and told the truth and said that some white people said, excuse me, it's just so sad that you're born black. Like, I just wish you weren't born black. Why? You want to fuck or something? You want to marry me or something? You think daddy wouldn't approve? I'm the good one. See, it's baby. White people are not racist, girl, but they will make sure that they will not have black people living amongst them, girl. If you live in, it should be no problem. If white people are not racist, I don't care if it's the black people in the neighborhood. I'm glad we have more blacks. I'm glad I learned more about Barbara. Listen, I learned more about their life. The food is amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God, I realized that my wife can't cook. Don't tell her that. Don't tell her that, Barbara. Oh my God, all these flavors hit me at one time. Oh my God. I'm kind of grateful that my forefathers made them eat the scraps, because they just make anything taste good. They can deep fry curtains and I would eat this bitch. Oh my God. But damn it, no, like, I've learned the line dances. I know the Tamiya hustle. I know it down pat. I don't mess up anymore. I'm on the 2 and the 4 and not the 1 and the 8. So that's very grateful. I'm not dancing like a toddler and everything anymore. Barbara, my life has changed. Like, oh my, like, at this point, I'm about to go to my job and whoop Bill's ass because Bill was saying some racist shit. I just want to punch him in the fucking face, you know? It's just, he's talking about these people that oh my God. None of that is happening. When the black people move in, what is the phrase, class? There goes the neighborhood. And as Queen Stevie says every morning, there'll be some times when my ass be up. I may not comment, but I do be listening. Shout out to Queen Stevie. Because baby, when she begin her queen walk in the morning, she be going in. I'm trying to remember what it is she said, because now I'm losing it. I lost it. Damn. I was on a roll. That's one thing. If you knew the BubzDaGawd, there are moments where I'm connected to the stream, girl, and then there's a buffering moment. Girl, it'd be like com scam sometimes. It run good and then it mess up, girl. And you want all my money and you want to charge me a month in advance, bitch. What if I die? You want to charge me a month in advance, but you can't offer a month in advance worth of fucking Wi-Fi for me to stream without no buffering, or to watch shit without no buffering. Kiss my ass. But Queen Stevie said something on her live recently. I forgot what it was. Damn, it's pissing me off. Because Queen was saying some shit. It was something about the suburbs. What was it? Because I was talking about the suburbs and living in the suburbs. Girl, to come to me. And if you know, you know, they also bite off of our black culture and never give us the credit for it. Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. They want to take our stuff and want to talk about it, girl, but still want to sit up here and demonize it, though. I think I was saying, oh, yeah. I think I'm getting it now. White people and living in white neighborhoods and stuff like that. Nope, I lost it. Fuck it. Okay. Thirdly, we have the Congress arrange a standalone independence for the Department of Justice. We need to be the ones to vote those into position. And I really hope that does work. But again, and I think I've done it before. I sat down and watched a video of a black caucus of people who came together. Those who believe we can change the system from the inside. Those who felt like, girl, burn this bitch down. Some spiritualists, some all types of people. And it's like, whatever it is, it has to be an amalgamation, and black people gonna have to be on code for real. Because here's the one thing that I feel, and I don't mind exploring these options, especially if America ever gets to a place to where she willing to reconcile for real, not because she needs it in this moment, and then we go back to our regular schedule programming, but like, no, I really have a change of heart. Do you get what I'm saying? I hope that is the case, but this system will never ever be for us. We built it and we were never in mind. There are so many black creations and inventions that black people have made that have been taken from them and have been credited by other fucking people, which is why at this damn point, if you want to make America great again, I want them to show us what the fuck that gonna look like. Because whatever happens during midterms ain't gonna really solve the problem. It ain't gonna make the boogeyman go away. It's just gonna be a new motherfucker gonna come through to rectify it. And I don't know about y'all, I don't like that cycle. There has to be something new, and there is something new. And to Professor X Factor's point in their previous comments, there are other people who have been successful at what it is when it comes down to defending who they are, and we need to learn from that. But I think one thing that black people need to have a conversation about, whether it's outside the community or inside the community, is that if we don't do something, death is imminent. And no shade, death is imminent for all of us. But I'd rather it be on a natural, more so when it's time for me, not because shit is orchestrated to where I'm spending so much time surviving that I don't get to live the one life that I fucking have. And yes, I would love to be as blissfully ignorant as Amir as far as, oh, I just don't see it, girl. I am just living my life and I am just good and I'm just all this other type of stuff, girl. I would love to get to that point. And again, I have every right to be like Amir. But I know that would be foolish because, again, I would just be used as a weapon like I was when I was a child in organized religion. I was used to honor the system, even though the system would never honor me. And I'm not going back to Miss Trunchbill's choky bitch at this point. Like I said, girl, where is King Magnus? Girl, where's the nigga at with the cake, girl? Throw up like you Bo Right Cho or something on this bitch. Where's the frog voice, girl? Wow. Where's Miss Mamas with the pigtails, girl? Do some spinning back kicks on this bitch, girl. Matilda, get the damn erasers and fly to her ass. Girl, had it been me, bitch, you would have had this bitch in the back of her damn Matilda daddy ass car and did some Tales from the Hood shit on that bitch. Charles Above becomes president. Oh no. I'm not gonna become president. Hell no. Y'all not gonna take me out. If you ask me, I wish America was ran like by a council or something. A council of different people. Like every group gets to be recognized in some way. Every like general group gets to have some sort of representation to where people can have what they want. Is everybody gonna get what they want? No, because for the people who ain't gonna get what they want, those are the ones that want everything. You're not gonna get everything. But we should have shit that is satisfactory on both sides and maintain it. Why is it always a problem on maintaining the peace? Because there are some hoes that thrive in chaos. Baby, it's gonna be the Division 2. It's gonna be Far Cry 5 in this bitch, girl. It's gonna be very much The Last of Us, girl. It's gonna be very much all of this shit, girl. It's about to give. It's about to give very much. You can't tell the difference between what's fiction and what's non-fiction, girl. I don't think that we are prepared for what's about to fucking happen. And the thing that pisses me off is that we all be walking around and acting like ain't nothing happening. And then the people that call the shit out, there are so many people that want to be like ostriches. Want to be like them, girl, and stick their heads in the sand. Nope. And then feel some type of way when a bitch come through with a scythe and you make it easier for them, girl. Mary Antoinette, girl, the motherfucking beheading queen would have loved you, girls. Oh my God, I don't think we should take them out. They put their head in and they just are ready for it. They're making it easy for me. What? The Democrats should use taxing and policy to create only a thin, wealthy class made up of those who provide the most jobs and only they deserve tax cuts. Interesting. The Democrats should create a fat middle class, working class with so-called trillionaires, billionaires, and millionaires who don't really provide many jobs, taxed into its upper level. And my thing is, people are so worried about holding on to money. Don't you know that there are people who literally be like, oh my God, I'm indebted to you for life because you have the resources to help them? I mean, I think if people are trying to achieve a godlike status, you give to those who patronize or those who offer up to these gods. I mean, no shade. For the people who are in religion, they're not just serving the Lord just to be serving the Lord. They also want something in return. They want protection from danger. They want traveling grace. They want health. They want money. They want the big house, the nice car. They want the brand name thing. You want something. You ain't just praising just to praise, bitch. You want something. If your health starts to fail, you want a healing. If you about to have some sort of tax shit happen, you want some miraculous shit to pop off so you ain't got to do it so that God gets the glory, right? So you want something in exchange. Donald Trump and all these other people will have a better time of getting the praise that they want and backing that they want from the majority of people if they were to just give to the people, if they would just do their fucking job. Donald Trump could literally transform a lot of shit and a lot of things if he just did what the people were asking of him. And this man came in and stated that he was going to do this and did not do it. Just like almost every fucking representative or politician has said they're going to accomplish this and then complain about the progress. But you don't ever complain, girl, when it's time for that money. You don't ever, it ain't no time to complain, baby, when you need donations. It ain't ever a problem, girl, when motherfuckers come through and have the coin that incentivizes you to get the fuck up and do something. When you're supposed to be for the people. To heal our nation, we also need elimination of all the gerrymandering by federal law, term limits for the Supreme Court, and make it illegal for political parties to shut down the government, elimination of the Electoral College. Look, I'm open to things that are different, backed by other people's experiences and what they've been able to accomplish to make it happen. I just need people to understand that once that happens, that's when it's game on for them, because now you're trying to make a change. Make a change to something that has benefited them and their generation, their families for generations, just like it's harmed and destroyed so many others for generations. I feel like my ass is in one of these goddamn animes, girl, where it's like the calm before the storm. Like there's something in the air that we don't understand, girl. And there'll be a part of me that'd be like, girl, okay, when is the day of the initial hit coming through, girl? When is the like, stop all this motherfucking teasing type of shit. Like, girl, I love foreplay, but not like this. I like foreplay, but not like this, girl. I like to take my time and tease and the ebb and flow and all this type of shit and be mind fucked. But this type of mind fuck, this type of shit, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, girl, let me shut up, girl, because we got so much to get through in this video.
They've done is shot themselves in the foot because, like,
shut up and let them cook.
It's weird seeing how many
you may not like the flavor, but girl,
black people we're like regressing. Now you want the black only graduation ceremonies. Now you want the black only dorms, which I was put in at one of my colleges. I'm not gonna put them on blast, but I was put in a dorm room. It was all black, and then like the cross country team. It was horrible, and like they just put all the blacks there, and I'm like, this isn't what I want. I don't want to just be around just black people. I want to be around everybody. I'm not locked in this box mindset that I'm gonna stick with my blacks. No, it's at one point, did we need it? Yes. At one point, did we need a HBCU? Yeah. At one point, did we need a black student union and a black club? Yeah. To keep, so like you had another friend around because you always were being judged, and that made sense. But at a certain point, we need to cut shit off. Did it make sense to have a gay club? Did it make sense for a business back in the day to have a gay flag? Yeah. I can see that. I'm like, okay, they fuck with me. Like, they're not gonna kill me. They're not gonna be discriminated toward me because the whole world is now. I ain't gotta worry about that. But now in 2026, they still act in that mindset like we have it as bad. And that's what's offensive to me from both sides, black and gay. You got black people now acting like we out here getting sprayed by water hose and bit by dogs. Y'all acting more like crying in the streets more than black people did in the 60s and 70s. Makes no sense to me. Gay people in the streets now acting like they have it so bad like they did in the 80s and 90s when we don't. And at a certain point, we need to cut it off and say, hey, we made progress, now we're done. But that just hasn't happened.
So we've maybe overcorrected. Yeah. We've overdosed on the right meds.
Yeah. And then you got people like me out here trying to just do PR damage control. Like, hey, not all the blacks are crazy. Like, shout out to the normal blacks. Not all the gays are crazy. Shout out to the normal gays, because they have such a stronghold on culture and society to the point where now, like, I do see people just becoming more racist. I do see people becoming more homophobic, but it's because they keep calling everybody that. It's like, well, shit, I guess I am. You want to call somebody racist just for saying all lives matter? You want to call somebody homophobic just because they don't think they should chop a little kid's dick off? Like, doesn't make sense to me. So we need to be able to call these things out in culture and society without being just labeled something.
It feels like this horseshoe where we're one step away from going back to drinking out of separate water fountains in the name of virtue.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was speaking to my dad, who's currently in South Africa, about the fact that he went to a restaurant in a predominantly black area, which is right by where I have an apartment in Cape Town. And he walked in, he was the only white dude. He was like, I know how it feels now to be a minority in South Africa. And I was workshopping this with him as an idea, and I was like, imagine then if you going in to just get a meal where you care about the food and that's it, turned into these black owners of the shop, seeing that you're a minority, fearing that you're going to be uncomfortable, and then putting up a bunch of posters disproportionately of white people eating their food so that they can feel represented. That would feel really fucking weird and patronizing.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what's happening in the other direction.
Yeah. It's like now.
Hold on, Pimpin'. When I heard it, I said, excuse me. First of all, the difference between your father in South Africa, in a continent that is predominantly black, he's going to be, quote unquote, the foreigner. So he had a moment where he said, well, I do feel like the outsider. But let's look at the experience, though. When he went inside that restaurant, those people had empathy enough to realize that you were an outsider and decided to do what they can in a hurriedly fashion to make you feel comfortable. And no shade, when you're an American, they're going to always call people the white man. Again, shout out to T for T, who lives in Africa now, states that when he went over to Africa for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, at least to my knowledge, they called him a white man, even though he clearly is not a white man. So that's going to be what they call people. But at least he was able to have some sort of, these people had some sort of awareness to be able to make him feel comfortable. Shout out to him for that. And yes, I can understand in a sense it being patronizing. Now from a black perspective, if I go inside, and maybe Amir will share this, if I go inside of a white space, if I met with yo, what's going on, bro? What's going on this? Sometime it may be like, hi. You get what I'm saying? I can understand that part. But they tried to make him feel comfortable. Now, what he could have said was like, I appreciate that, but you guys don't have to go through that trouble. I'm just here for the food or whatever. That's cool. See, them trying to make them feel comfortable. In America, when we talk about racism, it's when you went into these spaces and they did not want you there. And they did everything possible, because y'all be thinking that everything is just so fucking overt. No, there are covert shit too. There are ways and microaggressive ways that these people go about showing that they don't like you and they don't fuck with you. In Amir, don't you know that, nigga? When you go to these concerts or go to these Beyonce deep cut nights at the gay club, girl, and when motherfuckers, you vibing and shit and they find out who you are, girl, and they treat you a certain type of way, yeah. You should know what that feels like. But again, for that white man, he didn't realize that in that context for his father, he was welcomed. It's not like that for black people. And no shade to Amir's point, because of all of these new laws and stipulations and requirements and rules that are happening on these cruise ships and all this stuff, yes, it is used to judge other people. So that right there to me was like some sort of false equivalency. Now it could have been expanded on about that feeling of, wow, I'm the minority here. Like, wow, if I ever made black people feel that way when I do go back to the States, or if I go to the UK, back home, you know, I'm going to have a greater appreciation for black people and to be like, I understand where they come from, which means now I show up more of my human nature. Like, old dude said, I don't care about you being black. I don't care about you being gay. Like, bro, you're you. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Americans have not adopted that ideology. And that's an ideology that I would love. I would love for Americans to be so cool and chill and relaxed and nonchalant and I don't give a fuck about the gay shit or the black shit. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. That's where the real camaraderie could come together. That's when the real gray area happens, because now we're seen as equals. And now we can learn from each other. But there is one group that refuses to be equal. And to sit up here and act like black people in this day and age have an equal level footing as a white man in this country to just work hard and make it. Y'all get mad at the niggas who didn't have nothing and made something out of it more than the motherfuckers who had something in the beginning and then call that DEI. So I need for y'all to pay attention to see who's really the ones that are insecure and who aren't. See, they want oppression to destroy people. They are getting upset at people transmuting that oppression, because even when they brought up Charlie Kirk talking about, oh, well, during the 50s and the 60s and the 40s and all that type of stuff before the civil rights movement, black families were together and they were connected and there wasn't any gang violence. Why do you think that is? Kirk, I don't know. Maybe because the fact of every time they step outside the house, their life is motherfucking threatened. They don't want black people downtown. They don't want black people in their churches. They don't want black people in their schools. They don't want black people in their neighborhood, even though they have the money, even though they are dressed modest, even though they have the whole family structure, and mommy and daddy can still get their ass whooped and wake up in the morning with a fucking flaming cross on their lawn. Like, what the fuck? And again, if I'm missing something, I need information. If I am wrong, if I am not educated, I am asking the educated people who think outside the box. Fuck in the box. Girl, this America is inside of a box, bitch. We inside the coffin, so we know what the coffin look like. We're talking about thinking outside that bitch, so we can get outside the bitch, is what I'm talking about. If I'm up here saying things that are incorrect, correct me. I am not beyond reproach. Unlike Amir, who says, educate me, you can really educate me, because I'm asking for it. Again, when did white America at large decided that racism was no longer the move? That we're going to leave that shit behind because we're better people. Where is that at? And trust me, if that was evident, it would spread like wildfire, especially on Black Twitter. We would know. We would, if there was transformative shit happening for black people under this regime, baby, Queen Steve and everybody would be singing this nigga praises. Because he's doing something about things. But as we can see, that's not happening. Baby. I know y'all don't like long form content, but I think y'all better figure out a way to like it, bitch, because it's about to be long term suffering in this bitch. We keep moving the way we moving, it's gonna be to long term suffering in this mug. Y'all talking about the symptoms, baby. This is just the motherfucking temporary shit. We haven't even got to the permanent shit yet.
You make like DI and all that kind of stuff and everything with in Hollywood and promoting black actors and black models. It's made more people racist.
Now listen to this part, okay? Because again, he mentioned earlier that, hey, we want black people who are going to be more than just an artist. I mean, more than just an athlete or more than just an entertainer. Yes, he's going to talk about black actors, but he's going to also talk about some other things that are black. And I want you to listen to what his inspiration or idea of black excellence is now. This is very cringy to me.
And it's made me, as a black person, it's made me not take things serious anymore. For example, as a kid, if I were to see a black doctor, a black pilot, a black man on a billboard, I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's sick. Like, okay, I'm well aware we're a minority in this country and that doctor obtained something. That's great. Now, when I see a black person on the billboard, I'm like, they just needed you. Like, you're just there.
So, I guess even for the people who are black, who are not going to be an athlete or not going to be a creator, or not going to be a artist, or not going to be a entertainer, and wants to be a doctor, and wants to be a dentist, and wants to be a lawyer, and wants to be a congressman, and wants to be all these things that are outside these two elements that seems to be the fucking pipeline for niggas, girl. And now when they actually do that, all their hard work that they had to fucking put in, how they had to also survive being bullied, dealing with depression, have wounds themselves, Amir, and possibly want to take their own fucking life, for them to still push on and to still excel academically, girl, just for them to get into those spaces and be told that if I'm different, if I wear my pants up higher, if I have a belt on, if I walk with dignity, if I walk with my head high, if I walk with my shoulders upright, if I just be positive and I get those grades and do all this stuff, that all these things will change for me. And you do get that position, and you do get that raise, and you do get to have that exception, but you're not exempt from racism. And even in those positions where you're not those niggas, you still know what a nigga feel like. Because again, even Amir stated that he had white friends that told him that they felt bad for him being born black, that should have not been his life. See, all righty then. I just wanted y'all to hear that. So at this damn point, whether it's black excellence or whether it's black destruction, it's all headed in the same direction of people not giving a fuck. That's crazy to me.
When I see these black actors win awards at the Emmys or Oscars, I'm like, they just needed to give a black an award. Like, they've ruined how people, including myself, look at black people because of how hard they're trying to make sure they're represented, to the point where now it's fake. I don't need to see a TV show and see a white, a black, a gay, an Indian, a trans. That's not real life. The numbers don't make sense.
You have a bunch of trans knights going on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem in a Netflix show or something.
Yes, it makes no damn sense. We don't need this.
So we can't even... You can't live in real life, and even in the realm of fantasy, you still can't be here. How can you make this up? I'm a creative ass nigga, but I'm not this fucking creative. Amir, what the fuck? Wow.
It's just fake, and it has made it's so sad that now I look at all these black people doing what I used to think is excellent, winning awards, and I'm just like, were you given that? Like, were you just let in because you were black? Did they just need to give out these numbers? Did they just need you for the picture?
Wow.
It's sad.
It's been weird analyzing my internal state and reactions to all of the advertising that shoved down my throat constantly, because I remember distinctly being a kid and growing up and just not caring about this. And it feels like the world is shoving me in one direction I actively have to fight against. And it's so mentally fatiguing. It shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't have to fight against something that's wrong.
Now, I will say you shouldn't have to fight against it. But it goes back to how it was overcorrected. Because as a kid, I do remember as a young black boy looking at the superheroes, and I'm like, damn, like, when I dress up as one, like, I don't look like him. Like, I don't, someone's dressed up as Superman, like, oh, he looks like Superman. I don't want no damn Superman. Like, even as a kid, even though it wasn't really from like a racial lens and how we talk about it, it was from like just looking like the character, like, damn it, he really looks like Superman. And so that's why I did find joy when Black Panther came out, and there were so many young black boys like, oh my gosh, like, that's me, I'm a superhero. I can see you relating to that, like, as a kid being like the color, but now it's overcorrected. Now we're like, no, it just doesn't make sense.
I think something that the woke activists got right is this idea of representation and lived experience. It's just been put on steroids and blasted.
And it's not fair, because I feel like on the left side, they're rather like different representation of ethnicity and sexes and thought, when really diversity of thought matters more than diversity of representation. I'd much rather listen to a panel of 4 white men who all think differently than a panel of like a black woman, a trans man, a gay man, and a white man who all think the same. And that's where they got messed up, where it should be combined. Like if you want.
Okay, Amir. Well, since the combination shit, since the melting pot of the world that we call ourselves, right? Since this amalgamation, since this mosaic is just so much for you, when you get your idea of what respectability looks like, where does that come from? Who are the ones that taught you what quote unquote respectability looks like and what it manifests? Your ideas are coming from white people, which is why they have chosen you and Candace and Brandon as their champions against this quote unquote woke shit, which all this quote unquote woke shit is called is awareness. Because the problem and the issue is that when these people continue to share their plight, i.e. black people, queer people, we're always, girl, and this is why it gets triggering. I have been on platforms, I have had conversations, not just on this channel, but on other people's platforms, on my old YouTube channel back in the day, when motherfuckers weren't scared and was actually responding in comments, not being bitches for real. Back during that time, having the same fucking conversation all the time. Imagine as a black person, imagine as a queer person, no matter where you go. And I can only imagine for black trans women, how they consistently have to always be educating people, even when they want to just fucking learn, live and just be themselves. Again, just be who you are. That's what the host of this video, as far as on his platform, stated. This is what Amir is stating, which is to just be yourself. But when you be yourself, it's a problem because they really want you to be in formation with everyone else. It's when motherfuckers are being unique in themselves, going against the grain, being themselves and not the status quo. The status quo gets irritated. Not because, oh my God, why would you do that? It's the fact of, how dare you have the gall and the awareness, and most importantly, despite the fear, the fucking confidence and courage to still do you when this world has already reiterated to you what it can and will do to you if you step out of line. Just for the same people who is demonizing people are the ones behind closed motherfucking doors where the cameras ain't rolling, but God still is. Y'all still do the nastiest, freakiest, sluttiest, sloth of a bitch ass type of stuff in the dark. And then want us to, that's why I feel like they want to push people into the closet, because they really want us to fuck with them in the dark. These gargoyle spirited ass people want us to come into the darkness with them. No, Miss Mamas, this is called living in the light. Only cockroaches are afraid of the light. Now, black people got cockroach spirit as far as our tenacity and how we will withstand all type of shit, even nuclear shit. But as far as the scared, timid parts of a roach, bitch, no, that's not us. And I'm gonna let y'all know this entire time, Amir is not gonna give us a solution, girl. The white man asked him multiple different ways, low-key almost the same question, or the question in the same neighborhood. And all we got was single fatherness, drugs, and a little bit of slavery. Like the slavery part don't matter. Or that it's up. And no shade, slavery was that long ago, girl. The physical chains was that long ago. Yes, we're not having water hoses turned on us. We're not having dogs sicked on us. No, we ain't having that. We are getting hit with bullets, though. Whether it's rubber or that real thou-wow, pow-wow. They're actively taking away programs that help black people who are in need. And no shade. If America don't want to pay back reparations for a system that they still benefit from, and still be eating good as fuck, getting all type of fupas and triple chins and shit off of money that they have not objectively earned, then I'm not really mad at motherfuckers, girl, that want to get it from the system any way they can, girl. You may not give all of us reparations, but some of us gonna find a way to get it, bitch. And don't get mad. We're just taking after our good old father of America. We're just taking on some of daddy's traits. You can't get mad when the children start acting like the daddy. And even though the daddy is daddy, girl, daddy gonna get old one day and daddy gonna need help. That's why I be saying, girl, no shade. You're once an adult, but you're gonna always be twice a child. Y'all might want to be nice to motherfuckers that's helping you, girl. You might want to talk nice. You might want to treat nice. You might want to appreciate. You might want to value motherfuckers who are showing up in a way that benefits you, baby. Because when it comes down to that time where you need objective help and you can't do it on your own, girl, show us what making America look like, girl, as far as great again, girl. Show Lazarus, rise. Rise, Lazarus. Show us the power, the transformative power, girl. And no shade. They're going to show us what the transformative power is. It just includes a lot of human souls for that to happen. Girl, and I want to be, and see, and the thing about, unlike Amir, I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be told that I'm the one that's crazy. And I want to be proven that. Fuck told. I want to be proven that. That's why I say, Amir, nigga, you ain't got Brandon Tatum number. Like, hey, I see that faggot leprechaun is over here saying shit about you too, bitch. What's he saying? Can we get some white people to watch his shit, girl? Can we use Claude AI, girl, whatever? Let's use this nigga as an example, girl. Use this short nigga as an example, girl. All the things he's claiming he want us to do, girl, we gonna do it, and then we gonna ask his ass, bitch, your turn, your ball in the court, girl. What you gonna do, bitch? And let me know, girl, because motherfucker, bitch, I got Uno. I'm about to be Uno out on this bitch, girl. What you got? Girl, you don't know what I got in my hand, girl. I got the draw 4, girl, in my hand, girl. Or I got the wild card in my hand, girl. Come on, what you got? Because whatever you got, I got it. Unless it's a draw 2 or a draw 4, baby, if it's a color or if it's a motherfucking reverse shit, girl, and you ain't got no shit, girl, as soon as you put the shit down and you stop, Uno out. And yes, please make sure that y'all hit that like button. Thank you. Again, this is gonna be long form content, so I know that a lot of y'all are not gonna be able to stay for the entire thing. Just break my shit up in sections. That's all I ask, girl. I'm BubzDaGawd, girl. I may be short in real life, but in other ways, girl, I will satisfy you throughout the entire week and weekend. Amen.
I want to talk about Black Lives Matter. Where's Candace Owens? Where's Thomas Sowell?
Mm-hmm.
Where's Larry Elder? No, those are coons. Those are Uncle Toms. Those don't count. Now you've ruined it. Because now you're telling me, you're talking about promote black people, but they're not black enough for you. So now there's another agenda in this. I thought it was to just make sure we're all represented, but that's really not the case. And that's
no, the problem is that y'all don't have the awareness to be able to check the fact that white America be using y'all for their talking points, not because they generally care about the black community. That's the problem. And you align with them. Because again, y'all was the ones cosplaying niggas at the hotel, girl. Y'all was the one doing the live action role play comic nigga con at the White House, girl. Y'all was the one cosplaying as black people, girl. Well, I never felt this way before. That was y'all. And at this damn point, I don't see no video, girl. And maybe it's me. Maybe I need to look. But girl, where's the video? I need to see y'all motherfucking big girl. I just to back it up, say, let me tack it up. I need to see if y'all dancing on the 2 and the 4, girl. And no shade, you want to sit up here and do it at the White House so that the white people can come through and also be niggas with y'all, because y'all the safe niggas, girl. I can imagine Mr. Kirk and that shit with a damn do-rag on. He couldn't even tie it himself. Thank you, Jaquan. Oh my God, I wanted this for so long. Girl, he probably got some black pussy that night from Miss Candace, allegedly. Allegedly, that's not, is just being facetious in that point. But allegedly, girl. But hey. I can imagine Mr. Kirk walking around with a do-rag on. What's up, my niggas? Nigga, please. I don't need that shit, man. Get on with that. So, what y'all niggas doing over here? What's going on? What we got on? I look smooth I'm a smooth nigga, and I Candace. Damn, Candace, what's going on? Hey, yo, what's going on, my nigga? Donald Trump, my nigga. Nigga said what? What that nigga say? Fuck that nigga. Okay, I didn't like that nigga anyway. Can we put on that song, nigga? I don't know the name of the song, but the song goes, nigga. I'm 100% nigga. Can you put that on? Can we put on the song, this is for my nigga? Can we put something on, girl? I want to just say it so much, girl, because now it's a cosplay part of it. What leadership shit have you done, Amir, that has inspired other black people? And see, again, if you are aspiring for real, that means people who are in the middle, who may be on the left, girl, start saying, okay, Amir, I see that. Okay, Amir, okay, I can see that. Where's that at? Because I haven't seen it thus far. And when we have moments where it's kind of like, okay, pause. Let's go down that road. It's never that, girl. It's briefly admitted, well, maybe it's a little bit of this, and maybe it's this, and maybe it's that. Okay, girl, can you also educate your audience about that part so that we have the full context? But as we see with this interview with the Negrodamus girl that knows everything about blackness, girl, according to these people, girl. I just want to see more of it, Amir. It's nice you on these podcasts and talking and shit and getting your check, get your money, bitch, get it. But we need to see some objective shit, girl. And this is not solving the problem, girl. This is not reducing violence, girl.
They messed up.
Well, this is what I was going to say. Thomas Sowell says there's no solutions, only trade-offs.
Yeah.
And the question is, what are you interfering with? What are you disregarding in the pursuit of representation? I think it's meritocracy.
Mm.
And that's why people can be led to look at billboards of a black guy and sadly think this guy just got placed here to fill up the numbers. That's so unfair on all the people who would actually be on that billboard for the right reasons. If there is a discrepancy proportionally out of the society where, I don't know what percentage of Americans are black now. You probably know better than I.
I think it's up to maybe 14, 15.
If it's 14% and 1% of actors are black, there needs to be an inquiry into that.
Yeah.
But one that's meritocratic. You need to start from the ground up, I think. You need to lift people up. And DEI isn't the right answer because it's another form of discrimination, I think. It categorizes people, and it means that we never break the spiral. I completely agree with DEI in theory.
Right.
But I don't think it bears out in practice.
No.
The way I see it from thinking about this over the last few years is the only approach is just trying to lift up the bottom of society as a whole that are underrepresented, people who are poorer, people who are in neighborhoods that are coming from broken homes. As soon as you get into these racial lenses, I feel like it's really hard to break out of them.
Yeah, it is. And I think, like you said, in practice, it kind of makes sense a little bit in theory, but when you're acting it out, it's really hard to do that. Because you end up in a spot where we are now, where now you see a black person on a billboard, and you're like, did you earn that? When I do think, yeah, the young black actor should be lifted up, sure, but like not just because they're black, like it should be more into it. And it's sad that we've gotten to a point now that we are where today.
Hold on, Amir, and and now that I'm thinking about this, I should have had this in here. Bro, we literally have videos and interviews of Viola Davis, who has been called the Black Meryl Streep. I think that's how you say her name. Who literally said that when she went to acting school, girl, when she had acting classes, girl, they were never ever doing no scenes from Medea. They were never doing no scenes from The Color Purple. They were never doing anything from a black thing. Everything that they have been taught in reference to the theater and reference to acting has been European led. Has been that. She literally stated that she had to learn how to act white. She had to. And no shade, it ain't just her. It's us as black people at large, because there is something known as code switching. We all know how to code switch. Hello, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. My name is BubzDaGawd. Yes, I'm here picking up an order for BubzDaGawd, please. Yes. The number is 444-712-34. Yes. Thank you. How are you? I'm doing well. It's a beautiful day outside, isn't it? Yes, it's very nice and warm. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you. I will too. Bye. You know you don't talk like that in real life. Everybody got a motherfucking... Everybody, we know this. So again, she was stating that she had to learn how to act white, and obviously does a damn good job at it. But even though Viola Davis, who that bitch can cry and snot run out her nose on command, you know you acting when you can produce tears and emotions and feel it. That is one thing. That is one trait that an actor, I feel like, must have. You have to dig into that emotion. It is not that easy. And even though she digs into that emotion so fucking much, because she does a damn good job, even though that one role she did as Michelle Obama with them fishnets and stuff, looking like Wanda from motherfucking Living in Color shit. Oh, they called you a black nigga. That, I don't know what the hell they was thinking. That was crazy. But as far as everything else, she has done the damn job. She even did the chitlin circuit, girl. Was in a goddamn Tyler Perry play with this goddamn grandmama wig on, even though she was a young auntie. Oh, she did everything. And still stated that she does not get paid nearly as much as her white peers, who people have said that she is on the same level as far as her talent. Amir said, this white man said that if your ass work hard enough, you can manifest whatever the hell, whatever the fuck you want. And Viola Davis has worked her way up the damn ladder of success, just for her to not be paid what she is owed, what she deserves, because of her talent. She doesn't get the same treatment as other white people who are on the same level and the same emotion as her. And she calls that out, and it's still a problem. Taraji P. Henson is another wonderful actress. Even though I love that movie where she was a femme fatale, but she wasn't just fatale enough for me. It was just Cookie shooting and whooping ass. Okay? But she is an amazing actress. She knows how to bring that energy and that emotion in. She did The Color Purple, and her, Fantasia, and the other black girl had to literally have conversations about where the fuck is my money? Why are we not getting paid all this shit? We're remaking a classic, bitch. We are talented, and we're getting paid scraps and crumbs, and we've heard other black people who have been on black sitcoms talk about how they've been treated. And you telling me through all of those situations, the reason why they was treated like that and paid less was not because of the color of their skin, but because they just weren't good enough and they didn't work hard enough? I think black people worked really hard enough, maybe to our own detriment, girl, because no shade, we have every right under heaven and earth to cause chaos. For example, when that officer kneeled on George Floyd's neck or his shoulder, or whatever the fuck you want to consider, it ended with him being dead, bitch. He died, ho. They didn't do the right thing as far as making sure that, again, he at least lives to get to the precinct so he can be processed and then be put to trial, or whatever the case may be, whatever's happening, because he's going to be judged by a jury of his peers. That's how it should have happened, because, again, he's American and he's innocent until proven guilty. That's a part of the law. But when he had his motherfucking knee, wherever it was, since black people are so dangerous, then why the fuck didn't they swarm up on them on that nigga, that white motherfucker, like the goddamn dolls did that racist politician on Tales from the Hood? Why didn't they just why didn't Nuck If You Buck just started playing in all black people's ears and they all just collectively looked at that officer and just, girl, it was like some damn Dead Space ass parasite brain shit came through and just possessed these people. Oh my God, I almost didn't survive. No, black people sat there with their phones and screamed and cried and didn't do a motherfucking thing. Let me tell you something. If somebody were to do that to my mom or my sister and it's not warranted, there is definitely going to be a conversation in my head about what might happen. Because what I'm not finna do is sit up here and then be traumatized by having a family member of mine literally die in front of me. Now, yes, the way that I'm thinking about reacting, well, what about everybody else? We lost that person and we lost you. Oh my God, it's just so fucked up or whatever. But y'all was gonna lose us anyway. Because the problem ain't gonna never be solved. It ain't gonna never be remedied. It's never gonna be rectified. This is just how it is. The problem is, if it's going to be that way, then it's going to be that way for everybody. And the way that that will happen for everybody is because everybody, regardless of your title, how much money you have, how much power you think you are a human being. A being that is human. You are subjected under this universal law. And no matter what loopholes you try to find or sick ass ways you try to advert or try to distract accountability, just like death from Final Destination, one day it will work its way back to you and tie up loose ends. And shout out to CTV, because CTV is a nigga that does that shit, girl. One thing I learned from that nigga is, girl, is that when hoes start playing on his face, girl, he said, bitch, I let these hoes talk and 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 talk. And then when I feel ready, because I'm living my life, I wish I would sit up here and let a bitch press me to respond when they want me to, girl. It may be a month from now. It may be 6. It may be a year. It may be 3. I don't forget. So when I start riding my ass back through town, bitch, it ain't the British that's coming, girl. Accountability gonna always find you. But this shit is just very interesting. It's very interesting because, again, we see what's going on here. And I would love for Amir to have a conversation with an Amanda Seals. Or hell, I would be up to having a conversation with him. I'm not going to attack him. I would do a peace offering, nigga, just like back in the day with the peace pipes. Shout out to the strain of the night, girl. This is from Good Life Infusion, girl. This is Mojito, okay? This is an infused pre-roll, baby. This is at 39.984%, baby, okay? So we close to 40% on this mug, girl. So this is what we on tonight. I would be like, nigga, here, hit your shit. You say you got raw cones, or you got some woods, or what you got? Cause you had a blunt in your video when you was Jamal eating those hood Kool-Aid shit and shit, just doing a nigga shit for the white people, girl. You had a pre-roll in your ear and you had a damn backwoods container that wasn't, or package that wasn't even open. Girl, I'll bring the weed. Here, you take this. I'll smoke it first, girl, to make sure it ain't no fucked up shit. My nose ain't bleeding. I ain't throwing up blood. We good, girl. Hit this shit. Let's talk. Because one thing that BubzDaGawd is good at doing, one of many things, but one thing that I'm good at is talking. And not just talking shit, bitch. I talk facts too. It just depends on what we talking about. I don't get up here and talk about shit I don't know. I shut the fuck up and listen. Now, if I'm asking my opinion, I'll say I'm speaking ignorantly. Because I'm not informed. I will always do that. But when I do get up here and talk, I know what I'm talking about. I need for Amir to do that, because Amir ain't give us no informative shit at all in this thing so far, girl. Hold on one second. It's almost like we are back to step 1. We went from black people aren't qualified to I can't be sure you are qualified. They are literally just repeating the narrative we began with because DEI. Yeah, she did do The Color Purple Taraji. Yep, and a whole bunch of black actors were blackballed. No shade. Monique is one of them. AJ Robin says the only people that do not have to prove themselves is white people. That's the real tragedy. No shade. At this point, it's like, again, why are you not? It's more so like, why aren't you choosing me? Because I'm white, you should choose me. That's what it is. Because I am white, fuck, because I'm black, you should choose me. It's because, no, they're taking art. These people are not qualified to take a job opportunity away from me. And why is that? Is it your talent? Because if it's your talent, then why don't you and this nigga, we set something up to where you prove to us who has the most talent, and we'll make the choice objectively for everybody to see. Girl, and that little dick energy will start kicking in, girl.
What are your thoughts on what Nick Fuentes says about black people?
Listen to this shit.
I think as far as specifically black community, black culture, there's a lot of things that are spot on.
Like what?
Like when, and there's so much that gets taken out of context. Oh my gosh. I've done a couple videos on Nick. I've debated somebody about Nick. I'm just like, one, I'm not a content cop. I don't really care what people say. I'm all for free speech. That's just that. But when he talks about the black community and he says things like, okay, he has this funny bit. It's like, black should be in prison for the most part. I thought that was hilarious because I love to sit down with a nice hot meal, eating dinner, and cut on a body cam. I love watching body cam footage, like all the different YouTube channel videos. Like there's so many and they're so good. But when watching these videos, you see a bunch of black people acting a fool, scared of the cops because like, oh, don't touch me, just yelling and fleeing and all the whole nine. And they get let out. There's so many people around, not just black people. There's a lot of people out there that like have like 9, 10, 12 felonies. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So things like that.
But what do you think Nick Fuentes is getting at when he says black people should be in prison for the most part?
That little segment of society where like the people that aren't constantly being let out, those black people. I don't think he's beating someone like me deserve to be locked up. No, I'm not taking him dead ass literal. He said something about black fare and like avoiding black restaurants. I point to Beyonce. I love Beyonce. I have a tattoo of a lemon wedge for one of her albums, Stream Lemonade. She has a song on that album actually called Formation. And it's like, when he F's me so good, I take his ass to Red Lobster. Red Lobster, commonly, it's not just black people, but commonly for black people, fine dining. That's like creme de la crop, like that's like so good. Red Lobster, Olive Garden, Longhorn, these types of restaurants. The crab boil places where you find just black people there. And you want to avoid that because it's always rowdy. It's always a mess. Someone's dining and dashing. Someone's screaming loud. And you see that represented in the different policies these businesses are putting up. There's even memes about it within black culture. Like, oh, in Atlanta, there was one funny meme. It was like this black guy talking about, I'm tired of going to a brunch with the fake green grass walls and having like lemon pepper, Hennessy dip, salmon bites. Like, they're tired of that shit. It's literally within black culture making fun of hating on black businesses.
Okay, and no shade. That's black. Just like you said, there's black on black crime. We're going to talk about there's black on black critique, and you say you offering that. So again, you're the people who are going to critique all that shit, and regardless of whether motherfuckers hate the fake green background or whatever the case may be, there are people who are still going to go. You ain't got to go. You can just get your shit DoorDashed, bitch, because you know you still want the food. Because the black spots got the good food, Miss Mamas. Always. Usually the spots in the hood that y'all want to stay out of, girl, y'all don't mind sending a DoorDasher to quote unquote risk they fucking life so you can get you something because you too pussy to go get it yourself. Wow. And I know, because I used to be a dasher. Keyword use. I would never go back to them again. Fuck them. But at the time, yes, girl, I know what it's like to drive around Detroit. Bitch. My ass stayed over in Dearborn at one point, girl. When I stopped doing DoorDash, I was DoorDashing in Dearborn, girl. But yeah, I went to some very quote unquote dangerous areas at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning because somebody else that was in the suburbs wanted some hood food, wanted some food from a goddamn bar lounge or a goddamn strip joint one time. I'm like, girl, what the fuck?
Because it's all the same and it's always hood playing sexual music. So like the things that Nick says sometimes about the black community, if you just take what he says and search it within the black community, it's there. So I mean, shit, there's...
Yeah, but that ain't for him to motherfucking talk about, bitch. Just like when I say bitch, I ain't talking about calling you a bitch. It's just my gay side coming out. No shade. That's in-house shit. Just like no shade. There's been plenty of times that black people have dared white people to say the N-word. Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. Freedom of speech, right? Say it, nigga. Say it. Just let me hear it ring off your lips. But you notice they never do. They hesitate. Yeah, because we transmuted that. Yeah, your forefathers said it before, but we dare you to say it again, bitch, because that's a trigger point, girl. That's a point where, girl, I don't care who you are in blackness, whether you a conservative black like Amir, because I'm pretty sure if white people started calling him the N-word more than once, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a moment where Amir is going to be like, hold up, wait, excuse me? Or who knows? Maybe he may like it, because there are some motherfuckers who like racial porn. So I don't know. But again, this is their champion, girl. Baby, money and influence and connection. If anything, Amir is a DEI hire. If you really want to talk about it, he ain't got to sit up here and research. He ain't got to sit up here and do the work. He's following the easy ass narrative and is getting paid handsomely for that, mind you. Talk about black pain while benefiting from it, just like they. All right.
Something that he says, I'm like, okay, I get it. When he's raging and talking about the teen takeovers and the lack of fathers in the home, it's there. I get it.
Do you think what Nick Fuentes says about black people is coming from a compassionate place?
It's hard to say. I know some people can say, oh, he's just doing it out of hate. People say that about me, though. And it's a problem. Like, people say I'm one of the most racist people they ever came across. Just by pointing out, like, hey, a lot of black people out here that don't know how to fucking act. So can I say he's coming from compassion? I don't know if I'm the one to say that. But can I say, is what he's saying wrong? Not entirely.
Do you think what Nick Fuentes is saying moves the needle in the right direction for black people?
For some, yeah. There's a lot of black creators other than me that have reacted to what Nick is saying. They're like, yeah, like, he kind of speaking the truth. He kind of owns something. He's being real. He's being honest. Do I think it also fuels hate? Yes. Do I think it also just makes people just not like blacks entirely? Yeah. That bound to happen. But
interesting. So if the ignorance of white people, because they're not willing to understand how the fuck we got here without dealing with their own guilt and shame, because why would they? They're white. They don't have to deal with that. At least not objectively. Maybe in their own personal lives, but not objectively. These individuals don't want to talk about it, but we as black people, we have to be responsible for what we play into. That's funny. So they don't get to be responsible, but we have to. And no shade to Amir's point. Do I feel like it's beneficial for us as black people to focus on black issues such as the destruction of blackness within that has taken a lot of black lives, that has taken a lot of, sons and daughters away from people? Yes, most definitely. I agree with that. I agree. We have to have that conversation. But again, white people are using that as a way to say that, well, since y'all not fixing y'all shit, why should we fix what we have with y'all? And Amir just thinks that black people at large is just like, girl, we are like, hold on, because I'm checking on something real quick. Okay. We didn't get here by ourselves, pimping. Now, as far as us staying here, as far as us not really trying to get the fuck up and move because we're so exhausted as black people talking about black exhaustion, girl. What about the exhaustion we feel with this fucking system? We ain't got to stay there. And yes, we have to get up. But since these people are using you as a champion, using you as the face of awareness of what black people at large need to do and need to conform to, you are obligated, because of your title and investment, to show us what that looks like. And no shade, get your money's worth. If you're getting paid, shut some of niggas' faces like me up. Come out with videos like BubzDaGawd, all these other niggas talking shit, bitch. Here go the proof, girl. Now what you hoes doing, bitch? Y'all gonna come together and y'all gonna band together and use y'all little ass resources to do something, girl? Because I just sat up here and did something, bitch. What y'all gonna do? See, that's how you gag me. That's when I would be like, okay, then cool. I'm about to subscribe to his channel because now I'm learning something. Who knows? He might be able to get me to switch to the other side, because at the end of the day, I'm on the side of objective truth. The left don't have the objective truth, nor does the right. Only the middle does. But since he's middle right-leaning nigga and you are more in the middle than other people like me and others are, because we're the ones that are on the opposite end of the spectrum, you gotta cast your net and reel people in because you're a leader. Trump said that to y'all. He said that y'all, again, you were in the room. He said that you all in this room are the best and the brightest of tomorrow. And that was during his first presidency. We ready to see some leadership, nigga. Show us. To be honest with you, I feel like black people hold black people back to account more than any other race does. Yes, because we've been taught to hate each other. When we look at the, I don't know if it's the Willie Lynch letter, please excuse me. And again, some people say that that's fake, girl, but look at the manifestations of what's happening. He stated and said that, guess what? I will create something to where you will have these people fighting amongst themselves, and not just on the plantation, but it be so deeply ingrained that for generations to come, they will be so fucked up in the head that it will be internalized. Like this whole shit that we're dealing with right now is nothing new. It's just that the violent part has become more extreme. But as far as the division within blackness, that has always been there. And that was not something that we came up with. That was something that was implemented in us. Because again, during slavery, black people were on cold, baby. We was making up our own songs, bitch. These hoes know what we was talking about. We had braids in shapes of maps. Even when we learned about the patrons in the Bible, we associated some of the patrons, especially if you read Master's version, you start to find other patrons in that book that align with the Orishas or the African spirituality that they had during that time. See, we were so, and we still are creators and geniuses and innovators. Look at how the world emulates us. They emulate us. They get to sit up here and play, and he gonna say it in the video. White people drive around blasting all type of rap music till they're 9 to 5. Yeah, because they're not living that experience, and that experience is also orchestrated because all that was, and we're gonna get into it later on. Again, this is gonna be a lengthy ass live. I got my DoorDash on the way, girl. We're gonna be good. Shout out to Deshaun. Thank ya. But that is pain being documented to music. And instead of these record executives, instead of these people sitting here and actually doing what they can to change the trajectory of that, guess what they do? They invest in the pain more, to where the pain is not just locally or just nationally, it's globally, because hip hop has been able to be spread around the world. And there are other people in other countries that have this perspective about black people as well, because I know somebody who used to live outside the country, and before they came and lived in the States, they had a family member tell them, watch out for those black people over there, because I've heard, not I know, not I've seen and experienced, but I've heard. And for these motherfuckers, when it come down to blackness, all it takes is what you heard. That's it. Pay them exceedingly well and hire only queer men and for women prisons. See, there are so many solutions, but solutions cost money. and they want the money for themselves. And thank you, Deshaun. Thank you.
Is what
Continue.
some of the things he's saying about
my
the black
shit outside.
community
I'll be right
necessarily
back.
wrong? No.
The way I see it, he's a reactionary to the woke left that have overcorrected and they've pissed a lot of people off.
Yeah.
And he was the inevitable force that was going to come through and become popular. It's like Trump being elected. He was the only guy that could come along and beat this whole swamp and drain it in Washington, D.C. Not that he's done that, but he was also the only person that could lose to someone as retarded as Joe Biden. So I see it being the same way with Nick Fuentes. We're getting more and more extreme reactionaries on both sides because they're in this race to the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a good influence on America. I don't think he's a good influence on the world, on the culture. And I do see him as being more polarizing because he's a reactionary. That makes it more understandable, the way he speaks, but it doesn't make it acceptable. And I would love to see a shift away from teens and young guys fangirling, fanboying over Nick Fuentes, because I am seeing it in more prominence.
I don't think anybody should get away from like this fanboy society.
Real quick.
But I do think it is important to have people like Nick out there, because free speech is free speech. And if we want to move morally, like, hey, less people should watch this, more people should watch this, sure. But I do think we don't need to be deplatforming people just because of the things that they say, and if it's polarizing or not, or if it's bad for society. I think we should look within and like try to change society and like make more people just not praise him, not praise me, not praise you. Just listen to somebody, take what they're saying, like it or leave it, and then walk away.
I mean, I think more people should praise you. That's acceptable. That's tolerable.
I appreciate it, but I don't want nobody praise me. I'm thankful for the support, but it's just like I want more people to think for themselves and watch a couple different people, come to your own conclusions, and move about life. And I've been told, oh, I should cancel Nick, or I should like really make a video talking against him, or like why people shouldn't listen to him. And I'm like, no, I genuinely don't care what these people create. I just want more people to go back to the self and be careful and cautious about what you're taking in. Just because I don't like Sexy Red being promoted in Black culture doesn't mean I don't like the Sexy Red. Her music slaps. My guilty pleasure is like the very, like, I don't know what to call the genre, but it's like slutcore music, like Slater and like Aisha. Like, it's the most disgusting.
Girl, what? I got my camera off because I'm eating, and I don't know how a fly got in the house, but it's pissing me off. So I'm trying to make sure this bitch don't land on my shit, because I'm gonna have to turn everything off in this bitch, because girl, my munch is kicking in. But what? The nigga sitting here that's talking about children and all this stuff, type of stuff, and you know I'm a regular gay nigga, is sitting here listening to motherfucking hunt me, daddy better make me choke. Girl, take a listen.
Like Cupcake, like it's very disgusting music, but it's funny and it's fun to sing. And I don't want them banned, but I want the people listening to that to like also have their own mindset. It's like the difference between white people and Black people that listen to a Lil Wayne, a Lil Baby, Future, Polo G. Most Black kids look at these Black rappers as like, that can be me. I'm literally listening to this and applying it to the streets. This is my life. Yeah, we are Swish Tees and these people. Yeah, I'm in this gang. White people, there's memes about it too. They're bumping that going to their 9 to 5. Hood ass music, and then they go check into work. They're disassociating themselves from that lifestyle, but it's appreciating the music. Whereas Black people are in the music. So I want more people to disassociate from like praising a Nick, praising a Sexy Red, and just like acknowledging it. It exists. There's people that think like this, and go about your day.
What's your favorite Cupcake song?
Oh, I don't know the name, but it's like I can't sing it.
Go on.
It's like the hump me, fuck me. That one.
Which one? Can you sing it?
No. There's the hump me, fuck me, daddy. There's that one. There's I think there's a SpongeBob SquarePants one.
What?
There's a couple of different ones. There's like a lot. She's crazy.
I feel like we're going to need a rendition for me to understand these songs.
I don't know them by heart. They're so good though. Like some of the music is just fun to listen to. It's like back in the day. Yes, there was like a Foxy Brown or like Lil Kim, like girl rappers way back in the day were like very raunchy, but they were still good music. Yes, there was the Isley Brothers and the Temptations and Jackson 5, but at that time, there was still some raunchy music you could find. Both can coexist. It doesn't matter what is the culture really taking in. And I feel like Nick wouldn't be as reactionary, wouldn't be as polarizing if more people just kept it 100. Because someone watches my video about Black culture and they're like, oh, wow, like I kind of see that point. It kind of makes sense. Even though some people are like, oh, me, you're racist, whatever. There's a lot of people that are like, oh, that makes sense. I see that. But if Nick says it, the world's ending. And there are some things he says that are like, I don't agree with. I don't watch every single thing he posts, but like, there are some things where we've said the same thing and someone will look at me like, I get what you're saying. And they'll look at him like, you're the spawn of Satan. And it's like,
I guess you wouldn't say that Hitler was fucking cool though. And he would.
No. But I also don't care if someone says that. I don't care.
I think free speech is so important. It's the cornerstone of Western civilization, yada, yada, yada. That doesn't mean that Nick Fuentes is important. It's important that he's allowed to be platformed.
Yes.
But I don't think he is himself.
That's fair.
What's the blackest thing about you?
The blackest thing about me? I won a watermelon eating contest before. Fuck that shit up. It's so good. It's actually true. That picture out there somewhere.
Can we put it up on the screen?
I don't even have it. I have to ask my old company. They have it.
Wait, you did it at your old company?
Yeah. It's kind of messed up. The Black people won. We tore that watermelon up.
First of all, wow. Second of all, I hope and pray that I'm going to send light and love to the person who has that picture. And I hope that if you have it, send it to BubzDaGawd on Instagram, okay? Or on Gmail, BubzDaGawd@gmail.com, girl. I need to see that picture, please. Thank you very much. Expeditiously.
It's about like 6 Black folk there. About 10 people did it. And like we all were top 3. One of the blackest things. I don't know. I know how to shoot a gun. I didn't grew up with a dad. Yeah, a couple of things I'd say.
Let's talk about different generations here.
Okay.
You've done a lot of reaction content to the differences between millennials. You're just on the verge of being a Gen Zer. You're a young millennial.
Yeah, young millennial and old Gen Z.
Yeah. 1996 is Gen Z, so you miss out by 1 year.
Yeah.
So you're the Unc character in this conversation.
I'm only not going to crash out because I have a nephew. But I'm not Unc status. I'm big bro status.
Okay.
You big bro about to be Unc, nigga.
You're big bro in this conversation. What's been the biggest difference that you've noticed in America growing up, seeing the rise of Gen Z? Everyone talks about the Gen Z stare where people can't even hold eye contact. Does it concern you, the trajectory that we're on as a culture?
Yeah, a little bit. I think one of the biggest difference I see between, let me try like a Gen Z and a millennial would be how they grew up. Especially, I did a video on this too about the lack of a tween phase. There's no room, especially nowadays, even for Gen Alpha, for a teenager to exist. There's no room for like on the internet. Yeah, I had a MySpace. Yeah, I had a Facebook, but it was pretty much just like my community. What MySpace used to be just for the colleges. When I first had Instagram and Snapchat, it was just my friends. Now I go on Instagram, I'm seeing someone across the world make a funny reel. There's no spaces for just them digitally anymore. And they're kind of forced to just go straight to the online, to look up to the streamers, to just be an influencer, to look up to the Mr. Beast, which Ryan Trahan, I'm fine with people looking up to him. Ryan Trahan's great. There's this lack of that, like no Disney Channel. There's no shared culture anymore. Like I feel like my generation was the last to have like a shared, oh, we all know that jingle, Education Connection. We all watched this Disney Channel special. We all, like Justin Bieber, like he was a teenager, grew up with him. Like, no, there's none of that exists anymore. And that's sad. And I think pairing that with social media and how we're one of them, like you can make money from it, that being such a drive for people takes away from them just being authentic. There's no, I feel like there's a lack of people being authentic and sharing their raw viewpoints because of social media. I think that's a big difference too. Whereas back in the day, the most drama you had online is being removed from someone's top 8. Someone saying like your best friends on Snap, like that was the most drama you could have. But now you got the whole world giving you opinions. That was never a concern for me growing up. As online as I wasn't really concerned with what the world thought. It wasn't a big deal. But now, because the world's at your fingertips, because you can make money from it, there's so many like just inauthentic people scared to share their viewpoints because they don't want to be canceled. They don't want to be hateful. They don't, the whole nine. I think that's done a toll a lot.
Yeah, it feels like we've gone from creating to delivering. And the difference is creating comes from a true passion for something. Delivering is based around external expectations.
Yeah.
It's doing it for the result. Whereas genuinely being a creator is doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
It's intrinsically motivated and you want to actually put this baby out into the world and showcase it. Whereas now...
So what is Amir doing? Because every time we do a video, he got 2 sponsorships in his shit. And no shade, I understand you got to get paid and shit. I understand it as a creator aspect. But are you creating it because you love it and you care about it and you feel like you're doing something for the community? Or is it just solely for the money and the affirmation, but none of the actual building of community? And y'all, I'm over here eating, so I'm trying to hurry up and do what I can do. But bitch, I'm sorry. I got to take my time. This shit's so good and slapping. So, and we're going to be here for a minute. So I'm letting him kind of let the video go forward. Because we still got to get to the second video.
Oh, there's so much performative stuff that just makes no sense. I remember I used to do this and probably still do too much, where I would put up Q&A questions on my story to my friends. I had like 1,000 followers. And then I'd respond to them with a video. And I'd speak as I was fucking Kim Kardashian addressing 1 million fans. It's like, what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Genuinely, like, where is this spawned from?
Yeah.
And I think it's a desire to fit in with what is the most lusted after job and career, which is being an influencer.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of has this illusion of being able to do it because they just see that people are posting on Instagram and they can also do that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're an influencer. And frankly, I don't think you should aspire to be one.
No,
because
there's a difference between an influencer and a content creator.
Totally. And influencer is performative. There's a reason why that word's been bastardized and hated so much. I think it's valid. It's people that are putting on an outfit and trying it for size rather than using the distribution of social media as a vessel for something greater.
Yeah, it's like Coachella. I feel like influencers have just ruined Coachella because it's very performative. Instead of going there because you love the festival, because you love the music, you're there with the motive to share to your audience, to sell this product, to make money back by posting it. Like you're not there for the right real reason.
We're forever elsewhere.
Yeah. And that's the sad part. And even the differences between like back when they performed Sabrina Carpenter and a Justin Bieber, I go to Justin Bieber first, him highlighting his growth on YouTube. That was very pure and very authentic. It's, hey, I'm singing online, and it went viral and he blew up before in the age of TikTok, before Instagram, before Snapchat. It's like authentic. None of that's here anymore. And then you add in that aspect of always being watched, always wanting to overcorrect, always wanting to just make sure you're good. Sabrina Carpenter, you know, she called out a yodel. I don't know what it was. It was some Middle Eastern call for celebration. And Sabrina's like, that's your culture? I don't like that. Like, please stop. Got canceled as much as someone could be canceled. Went online and apologized for it. It's like, stop apologizing for just sharing your damn viewpoint. You felt that in the moment. You didn't like it. Say that. Everybody's scared to say some shit. And because all these cameras in your face. I feel like the more we grow up and like with Gen Alpha and Gen Z online, not being real, having that voice of like, oh my gosh, hey, so this is what am I doing on my day? It's just, everyone's tired of it. And I think that's one of the biggest things that's really ruining the society and the attention spans and the TV shows. Everything just seems like it's just for money. It's for money. Oh, we need to make these new kids TV shows way more colorful, way more jump cuts. We need to make these kids just way more like attention focused. We're fine. Like, who cares about, like, just give them a good TV show that's like soft on the brain and it's fine.
Yeah. I'm so sick of seeing these troglodytes posting relentlessly for the pursuit of money and Mr. Beastifying everything they touch. Like, everything they touch turns to shit.
Yeah.
I'm almost done, y'all.
Everything.
I'm almost done.
And
I can feel it poisoning my brain when I watch it.
it's sad. And that's all that these kids have to look up to. And that's what they want to be. I want to be an influencer. I want to do this, and that. And it's like, that's not real. It's not genuine. It's not real life. I'm sure you could do this every day for the rest of your life. I can do this every day for the rest of my life. It's genuine. I'm just sharing my viewpoints. I'm just talking. I don't care if you think I'm too dumb, too smart, this, that. I don't give a damn. I'm just being me.
Fuck bitches, get money.
Always gang shit. That's just me.
Girl, what?
And there's a lot of people out there just not being themselves, and it's so sad. So that's a big, big difference I see for the different generations. This like always being watched is just weird seeing it.
I don't notice it until I go into a space that doesn't have phones, and I'm like, holy shit, the intimacy, the connection. Even the other night, went to the comedy store in LA and saw a lineup there. They locked our phones up.
I love that. I love the little yonder patches.
So good. It made me 10 times more attentive to the comedian. And I also wasn't worrying, looking over my shoulder, if anyone was going to clip me laughing at the worst, most
Like
horrific
the clubs.
jokes.
Like, I want to dance. Like, oh, I would kill every time I see a.
So if that's the case, sorry, y'all, I had to stop eating, girl. I don't think BMI could do that, girl. The food, I'm going to always win. If that is the case, then if y'all have to lock y'all phones up because y'all afraid of being for real honest about how you feel, that seems like fake shit to me. Bitch, if you're going to be you going to be you regardless. Y'all the ones that got to sit up there and lock y'all phones up because y'all afraid of laughing at what could be considered as a racially insensitive joke. No, bitch, if it's funny, laugh. And me personally, I got a dark sense of humor, so I might laugh at some shit too, no shade. But I can't sit up here and get mad if a motherfucker laugh at me, girl. That's called being objective. Like, we almost done with this video, y'all, because again,
Post a reel on Instagram, I comment on it. I would kill. So like the 80s, the 70s, give me some good old pumps and go to like a club with a big old afro and just have a good time and just dance. I want to dance with people.
so
People
some
don't
Noah's Ark
dance.
shit.
Like,
LaChance,
too many
you're on that
phones,
vibe.
too many people scared to be washed or be clipped, and it's like, it's these damn phones. That's what our parents used to say. Like, it's ruined it. I love a no phone space. Like, it's just so pure. It brings back the intimacy. It brings back having to be in the moment. Actually, flying here, I raw dogged my first flight. I was crazy. Like, no, I didn't touch my phone. I hadn't read a book. No headphones. I just sat there.
Are you a big raw dogger?
No, I'm gay. No, but committed, so it's fine.
I find it funny how people are calling that raw dogging now, whereas before it was just existing in the real world.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I just existed today on the flight.
Yeah.
And like literally the people were like, hey, it was a part of the reason because the Wi-Fi was out because it wasn't going to work. But the Wi-Fi was out. And I'm like, oh, well, F it, I'll try. And the flight attendant was like, hey guys, the Wi-Fi's out. So many groans. Some people like, oh, like on the plane. I'm like, it's an hour and a half. Calm down. But yeah, it is crazy how now there's terms for literally just doing the bare minimum.
What's been your worst experience with another content creator or influencer?
Shit, there's so many. Meeting someone, that acts one way online, but not that way in person. Meeting someone that is like, F all the gays are bad, Christianity woo woo, but then like sucking dick around the corner.
What?
Meeting someone meeting someone that acts like your best friend, that acts like they're really there for you, that acts like they're actually down to earth and real, and the whole time they're just plotting on you, plotting on your demise, exposing you. Not exposing in a sense that you're being fake, but just like there's something creators keep private about their lives. Not that that makes them fake, but just like, I don't need to know every single aspect about you, and exposing that. There's a lot of fake creators out there. Creators that are doing this full time and they hate their job. They hate their life. Creators that are just doing it just to get money. Creators that would take in any sponsorship. I can go on and on. Like I've met a lot of different people, and I would never expose them. I just how I am. I'm never going to expose somebody, but I'm always going to learn from that and just keep my circle small as hell, because I ain't got time for that shit. It's a lot of fakeness out there. It's like someone related Coachella to like the influencer prom. And it is interesting because a lot of influencers and creators in different spaces, they kind of do become associates in a way. And when you're around other associates, when you're around other people in school, you tend to see like, oh, they act this way, or oh, they act like this, and it can get phony. What about you?
Fuck. So much.
Really?
Yeah. Probably seeing how people use employees and team members as worker ants, and they show them affection as long as they're useful.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as that expediency goes away, as soon as they leave, they get cut off.
I wonder if that was low-key a read of Amir's possible future when they're done using him as one of the token Negroes. Because again, you have a purpose, and that purpose is intended to be served. And once it's served, baby, thank you for your services, girl. And no shade, no disrespect, but if we're being objective, we unfortunately see what happens to a lot of people who have been used in service to their country. And even when they work hard and no shade survive the encounter, they realize that the government don't really give a fuck about them afterwards, because they were just used as a vessel and you served your purpose. There's somebody else who will go further. Thank you for your services. You can't even take care of the individuals who laid down the foundation. Are you kidding me?
I've seen that a lot in literally every industry, every organization, and also just realizing that the majority of the people at the top are fucking psychos. That's why they're there, because they made sacrifices that disproportionately make 0 sense, and the juice actually isn't worth the squeeze. They're purely doing it from a broken, traumatic childhood or a lacking, rather than trying to fill up their cup in a positive way, right?
Yeah. And then even this idea of like horrible things and people that we've come across in influencer and content creator spaces, it isn't limited to just that. Just crappy people in people's 9-to-5s. In the music industry, I mean, you see people like childhood stars just crash out because of the people that they were around. It's everywhere. And you just always have to be mindful of who you're watching. Such as a viewer of someone as a content creator, like, are they authentic to you? Are they real? The end of every single one of my videos, I bring it back to the self. I'm like, hey, hope you're doing what you need to do to take care of your world, your life, and that you have a goal set out for yourself. Because it's called going through it for a reason. You're not stuck there. It's the season of your life. What the hell you got going on? But it will pass. And then if you're not getting value from my content, I irritated you, not just this one time, like you're just not liking me, unsubscribe. Don't follow me. I love gaining followers, but I love to lose them. Don't waste your time with me. Don't waste my engagement. Don't want you to waste your time. Like, I don't care about these big numbers. I just want you to take care of you. And there's so many people out there just chasing the number, chasing the bag. And I have a cap. Like, I don't really have an editor. I don't really have a big team. I have some help here and there, but I'm never going to have a team. I'm never going to have a full-time person. I don't need it. And that's when I turn into a business instead of a content creator that just like, I'm going to take off the month. I can't have employees. And when you have employees, things change, things shift, and people have different motives and different ideas, and it becomes too much.
What was the last thing you changed your mind on?
Amir, again, you are a content creator, yes, but you also have been thrusted into a social media influencer. That was the purpose of you going to that summit, because you are a media influencer and you got what media influencers crave. Low-key, play the game, the script to get. You got all of that and then some. You now, again, going to that leadership summit, have to show up as a leader, baby. And if you can't do the leadership shit, then why the fuck did you go in the first place? If it was just going to be me and my peaceful life and that's it, and I get to pop out when I want to, wish no shade. That sounds like an amazing life, which I do agree with him. Especially with my endeavors going forward, I want it to be more independent. I will collaborate with people. I will work with people, but I will always have control over my situation, even when it does become a business. Because unfortunately, in this system, the way that everything is set up, and I hate it, is that you need money to make shit shake. And when you operate as a business, you have more access to money and you have more resources to be able to manifest those things. And no shade, Amir Odom is a business, because in order for a business to be a business, you have to render services. And you render services, which is why you also work for YouTube and you also have sponsors. So you have some obligations that you must, manifest. You must finish out on your part, your perspective. But here, and we're almost at the end of this particular video before we get into this other one. Let me know in the comments, and please help me. If I am mistaken, if I don't know what's going on, if I'm lost in the sauce, help me. Like Kevin Hart said, nigga, help me. Based on what y'all have heard this far, would you consider Amir Odom a person who is qualified? Should I say was qualified, because the conversation happened. But do you feel, based on what you saw, that he was qualified to speak about Black issues in a way that was actually transformative? Yes or no? Let me know in the comments down below. Let's finish this video out, y'all.
I don't know. So, I mean, a lot of things have changed since like 2017. But most recently, I guess, my idea of abortion, my idea of the death penalty, my ideas of like religion and like what a God is and things like that. Probably those three.
What did you change about your opinion on abortion?
Being more open to the idea of like, which I've always kind of been open to it, but okay with it for the right reasons. Whether it be rape, whether it be incest, and maybe allowing It's weird. I don't know. It gets really dicey because like I want to allow it to be an option, but also not, because like why is it that nothing makes sense right now as it stays? Why is it that a woman can have an abortion, but then if that baby's a day old and she kills it, she's going away for murder? That doesn't line up. If a woman could be driving to the abortion clinic to get rid of the baby, that's legal. But if I'm in my car and I hit that woman while she's on her way to go to the abortion clinic and I kill that lady, that's double homicide. That doesn't make sense. But like that, like I used to just be very cut off, like, no, don't need it. But now I'm like, okay, it's in the last couple of years. Rape and incest, fine. Maybe some one-off cases, sure. That'd be that. Where do you stand on that?
I feel like my position is pretty hard to pin down as objective.
Yeah.
Because it's based on not subjective ethics, but a belief that ethical statements just are an expression of emotion. So
Yeah.
I think that, in my opinion, most abortions, like 90%, are wrong. Or maybe even all abortions, they're wrong, but it doesn't mean that I would outlaw them. There's a difference between something being wrong and being illegal.
Yeah.
So I don't want to see a blanket ban on abortions, especially in the modern culture now, with people hooking up and kind of not worrying about the consequences. I think if we outlawed abortion tomorrow, that would be disastrous. So like I am pro-abortion, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm almost as pro-life as you can get without being pro-life.
Yeah.
So I'm making my mind up and I'm navigating through it, but
My mic is muted this whole time. Girl. That's the universe saying, girl, hurry up with this video. We've already been for 4 hours, and I was not expecting 4 hours, but bitch, it's cool, girl. That's fine. We can move on. Because I was kind of being a little shady, and I guess the universe didn't want that to be out. So, hey.
No.
it's definitely a really
Same.
hard topic to pin
I ain't
down.
perfect, nigga. I'm bugged.
It asks
me.
so many
Yeah,
philosophical questions of what you think of human life. Is it sacred? When does human life begin?
Oh, it goes so deep. It's like, okay, well, if you think so many people are having kids unnecessarily, then why aren't you fine with abortion? They should be adopted or sent to the foster care. And it's like, well, damn, if you look at the foster care and all the stuff with that, it's like, there's just so many routes you can go down on this topic. So like, yeah, actively working through it.
That's okay. I guess I'll just say this. Look, whatever you believe, if that's your opinion, your perspective, if you feel like, hey, this is what I feel, if I was in this situation personally, I wouldn't have this. But if that's how you feel, cool. That's fine. You don't get to then push unto other people what you believe to be right. And y'all may say the same thing about queer people, but when queer people show up and we're in our existence, that becomes a problem and an issue. When we're open and honest about our existence, it becomes a problem and an issue. So when we tell the truth, it's an issue. When we lie, it's an issue. It seems like no matter what we do is going to be an issue. And as a person who is black and queer, I would love to have the conversation that would end all this shit. Because to Amir's point, all we want to do is live. But when we start living, it becomes a problem. It becomes an issue. It becomes an annoyance. But I mean, what do I know, right? Like that one girl said, but what do I know? I'm just some dumb bitch.
You said that coming out as conservative was harder than coming out
Listen
as
to
gay.
this shit.
Yeah.
Why?
Because coming out, well, one, I was outed, but coming out to my friends, close friends, as gay, that was fine in the sense that I was still appreciated and valued. I didn't lose any friends. Nothing really changed. Now, things did hit the fan when my mom found out, and I was sent to conversion therapy and did 2 weeks of therapy with the pastor. And then every sermon was like directed towards me, just like grilling gay people. And then 2 weeks with the youth leader, talking to him about being gay. I need to pray the gay away and how bad it is. And then being sent another 2 weeks to go to my papa's farm to do straight things and manual labor. That was a lot to go through. But even aside all that, I made it through. It's fine. It's just a part of my story. Now, and then also, when I was on the left, I had friends on the right. We'd have conversations about BLM. We'd talk about different things. It was fine. It's chill. As soon as I start asking questions, I'm leaning more towards the right. I'm losing friends. I'm losing family. So when I went to the White House that first time in 2018, I didn't tell nobody. I just posted a picture. I was like, oh, I went to the White House today. Crazy experience meeting Trump and like being in this room full of Republicans. Crazy. Lost so many friends. I'll show you after this. In my MacBook, I have, it's so sad. I have a middle school folder. 99% of the people in that folder, of all the memories in school, they don't talk to me anymore because of my viewpoints. When I think about the times when I was going through all my suicidal thoughts and I went on like my last goodbye trip, because like the night where it came really close, I decided I was going to do it. And then I left and I went and walked to all my friends' houses to give them one last hug. They're kind of confused. They probably should have been like concerned, but I guess I played it off well. He's like, oh, I'm just like on my way home. I saw your house. I said goodbye to a couple of people. And there's 2 people primarily I said goodbye to that completely fucked me up because like they don't talk to me anymore because of my viewpoints. I'm like, went through all this shit. You're my best friends. And now, because my viewpoints have changed a little bit, you're just like, goodbye, being canceled.
Maybe I can give an explanation, girl. Maybe they feel some type of way about this. It's because the friends that were your friends also saw how society treated you and were the only ones that created a safe space for you. Just like so many queer people wish they had safe spaces for themselves. But when your family found out and you went through this whole quote unquote purge situation, and shout out to Pawpaw being the only one to be able to realize what was going on and put an end to that. Shout out to him, and may he rest in power forever. That as you got older, you started to align with the people who produced the environment that offered up the reality that almost took your ass out. And not just you, Amir, so many others. I was almost a person who almost wasn't here either. Not only just in my childhood, but even in my adulthood in 2018. You know, the year you also lost friends. And on top of that, well, at least you got Republican friends, so you didn't lose everybody. But the 2 people that you lost that were close to you, especially during this whole phase, girl, yes, they probably felt some sort of guilt, shame. Because it's like, wow, I sat up here and fought for you and advocated for you when the world was trying to destroy you, bitch. Then for you to get up here and become a famous motherfucking influencer and literally regurgitate the same fucking shit that was said to you that we had to defend your black skitty scared, oh my God, ass from. Now that goes crazy. That go crazy. That's just my analysis on that.
It's sad. It's like the left leaving the left. A lot of the people on the right, like I'm as far right as a gay dude who loves psychedelics, smoking weed, and kind of okay with abortion can be. But all of a sudden, because I have some right-wing views, I'm just canceled and hated by anybody on the left. I'm viewed as a huge bigot. This huge, just like, cesspool of shit. And that was incredibly hard. It was incredibly hard losing my childhood friends. It was incredibly hard being casted away because of this viewpoint that I hold that may or may not can change. Because like we're all going through life and different experiences, and like everyone on the right stayed, obviously, but like the only people that I lost were people on the left. And that was incredibly hard. And it sucks. I understand a lot of people feel so alone. I feel for a lot of my following base where I get the comments, Amir, love what you're saying, but I can't say it out loud. I wish you could. I wish more people would. But I've had friends that have been fired from their job because they're sharing their viewpoint. I've had friends lose other friends because they're sharing their viewpoint. So it goes back to the being online and the whole world just not even just your local community, but like the whole world is coming at you sharing your opinions. I'm built for this. Ever since my suicidal attempt, I just do not care what anyone thinks about me. Freshman year of high school, I'm standing there against this pillar and this guy's like, yo, faggot, and throws a milk carton at me, which one is kind of ironic because I'm lactose intolerant. But anyway, threw the milk carton at me, called me a faggot, and I just turned around and I dusted myself off, blotted, and picked up the carton, threw it away, and went about my day. You're like, you're not going to fight him? And I'm like, no. He has bigger things to worry about. If he's throwing a milk carton at me and calling me a faggot, that's the best you can do. You got some crazy shit going on at home right now. So I don't care. I'm built for the amount of hate that I get. The amount of just everything being a YouTuber. Like I'm built for it. But there's some people that can really affect.
Now listen to what he is saying. He went through all this stuff and basically it stated that, girl, me losing my friends on the left was harder than me almost losing my motherfucking life. Because when it came down to his unaliving attempt or ideation, when it came down to him physically harming himself, because he says he has the scars to still prove him, when it came down to all of that stuff, I mean, hey, it's a part of my story. It is what it is. Like, I went through it. I'm here. I survived, you know. Well, going forward, like you said, take your own advice. Whatever you're going through it for. It's called going through it for a reason, right? You will get through it, right? But then we're going to also hear later on in the other video of Amir admit or have a Freudian slip about where his current mindset is also at. Because again, you can only perform for so much and for so long before the real aspects come out. And like I said, girl, I'm ready to see Jamal where the hood niggas at. I'm looking for the hood niggas.
And I saw how hard it hit me with losing my friends. So I can only imagine some people, friends, job, and family, and everything all at once. It sucks. Because on the flip side, I see it with gay people in conservative circles. I know of gay people that have been kicked out their homes because they're gay. I know I've seen like some horrible things out there, and I wish, all in all, I wish more people were just fucking friendly and just like stop being so judgmental and hateful and stop. Like, we don't have to agree 100% on everything. You don't. Like, the left primarily just eats their own. It's like, why do you have to go this route of canceling someone just because they don't have this one idea that you hold?
Well, who cares, right? Because again, you being yourself, and when you get canceled, there's another group of people who will pick you up and get you where you need to go. I mean, it obviously worked for you. You're not woke and broke, right? And no shade, I would love for people to just be more nice to each other, but to your point, everybody I'd rather listen to four white men talk about different things than talk about a black woman and a gay man and a trans woman and a Chinese person, Asian person, to sit up here and talk about the same thing. Well, even if they talk about the same thing, they're still going to have different perspectives. Just like you said, we're not going to agree on everything. If you have those people talking, it's not going to be about everything. If anything, it can show that through our differences and our culture, we can find the intersects just like roots in a tree, bitch. and motherfucking find a way to congeal together in our humanity to where we can honor and appreciate each other's culture as opposed to appropriating it. And the only way you can appreciate the culture is you have to appreciate the people within that culture. Point blank, period. What's going on, Faith? What's going on, Queen? Make sure y'all subscribe to Faith is the Substance. Shout out to her. And shout out to you again on your latest red carpet event. I watched some of the reel where you said, girl, you had a setup, but you had to do it old school, and you did the damn thing, baby. And no shade. Hold on. No shade, Miss Mama. Those yitties were yittying, girl. I said, come on now, Miss Faith is the Substance. I said, come on now. Come on, baby.
Why is someone racist? Because they're saying, hey, primarily young black teenagers, they don't know how to fucking act. You racist bigot. Hey, we probably shouldn't be allowing a 13-year-old girl to have a double mastectomy. Oh, you transphobic? Hey, we probably shouldn't allow pride parades in elementary school. It kind of doesn't make sense. You homophobic? That needs to end. It's doing nothing good for society at all.
The way I see it, there's this hierarchy of attributes for which, or for how people show up in the world. And action trumps everything, because you can have all of these wonderful thoughts, you can have these dreams, you can have bigoted ideas. If you're not acting on them, it's not out there in the real world. It's not affecting anyone else. You also are going to have thoughts, you're going to have emotions that emerge out of your control. And it's more about how you deal with them. What the online world does is it separates us from the action side of things, because everything's about discourse and ideas and talking. You don't see how people actually show up, how they would actually treat you when you go for a lunch, when you walk down the road and pass them by. It means that everything that's an idea or a concept that's percolating in someone's mind feels like a visceral attack. There's a reason why people often accuse someone of dangerous behavior through words, through speech, that it's violent, that it puts them in physical harm's way. Like, no, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
But you're inhabiting a space where that's the most reasonable deduction, because you're not actually ever interacting with them in the real world. So the way I judge people is action comes first always. And they can have different ideas to me. They can say shit that's retarded as fuck. But if they're treating me in a way that garners respect, I'm going to give that back to them. And if I think that their ideas are disgusting, it's my responsibility to pull them up on that. And I'm not going to change their mind by being a prick towards them.
No.
You have to show people respect no matter what. And look, there's a certain line that gets crossed where if someone's treating humans awfully based on immutable characteristics, like, I will go harder at them. But I don't think it helps to kind of lower yourself to someone's level. I think there's a real responsibility that needs to be taken now with creators, especially in the political and cultural sphere, where we actually try to kind of rise up and lift the tides rather than just keep on going with this clickbaity, sloppy
and
race to the bottom.
But here's the thing that I think y'all don't understand. Black people have done everything in their power to rise up. We have done everything in our power to this point in time, because we need help at this time, but we've done what we could. There is one side of the party that does not want to play evenly. Like, these people be talking as if though this is like, oh my God. I would love for this to happen. Like, again, I would love for us to live in a world where we wouldn't have to deal with this shit. But every time I talk about it, I'm being told that that's not a realistic world. That you're going to always have this, you're going to always have that. Okay, then, well, if it's going to be that case, or if that's going to be their case, if that's going to be the case, then you can't blame certain people for responding the way they respond. Because submission is not going to be the end goal. That's what's happening. This video that they just did was nothing but talking. Amir ain't gonna do nothing from the leadership summit, girl, in reality. This man, I don't know much about him. I have to do more research, so I kind of speak ignorantly on what he does. But there was nothing transformative about this conversation because all that was fucking words. Do y'all have resources to where we can find the action or solution-oriented in action things? And hell, even I'm asking because I can show up for community in a greater capacity. I'm just doing the best that I can right now with what I got and what I know, which is why I try to educate myself. But I'm not like Amir. I don't have the YouTubers. I don't have the subscribers. I don't have the resources. I don't have the connections to be able to make shit shake, at least on his level, that could be transformative. Like I said, nigga, you the leader. Leader, show us. I'm trying to learn something. I'm trying to learn something. No shade. And what that man just said as far as basically tapping into more of humanity, I want you to also tell white America that too. Because their forefathers have spent generations telling black people that they're less than that. And then y'all feel some type of way when motherfuckers start actually believing what y'all told them.
Fortunate part about what you're saying is I love all of it. That effort is primarily only being done by those in the center and those on the right. I've been in right-wing circles. I've been to the Trump rallies, White House. I've been in these spaces. I am just myself. It's always fine. I've met people online that like, F these damn gays. I'm like, oh my gosh, Amir, give me a big old hug. I'm like, so it's like, whatever, you're nice. How are we acting in person? Acting nice. It is interesting though, because when I go in these left-wing spaces, when I'm at my Beyonce concerts, I'm exposing this now, but I always wear my sunglasses anyways. I like go under a different name. I don't say what I do. Because I've seen the real-time reaction of I'm vibing with somebody at the club. Like if I always go on like themed nights, like a Brat night or a Beyonce night, I see someone across the club, we're like singing a deep cut of one of her songs. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're a real fan. Like this is great. This is sick. Having a good time. Oh my gosh, next party, let's go out together. Exchange Instagrams. Look at me. This is you. Block, walk away. I've seen this stuff happen. I'm like, oh my gosh. I've seen like me being in a gay club, getting a drink. And like, what are you doing here? You need to get out of here. I'm like, y'all are crazy. Or even like my friend Savannah Hernandez just got attacked at, I forgot what event she was at, but she was just, like documenting it. The girl man shoved her to the ground. It's like, on one end, yes, I want more people to be nice, but damn it, I really want the left to just stop this all or nothing attitude, like at all fronts, and just treat someone nice in person, please. It's not, it doesn't have to be this deep.
Let's finish on this.
Okay, well, how about this? I think this is a good gray area going forward, and we're getting close to the end of that video. No shade. I think you have to give people the energy that they give back. Or why should we go low? Because we can fly back up on the radar, girl. You have to talk to people in the language that they speak sometimes. Sometimes you got to gag them and show them that you can speak the same language as them. Gag them. Oh, I didn't know you speak this. Yes, I do. I speak it quite fluently. I think that also needs to happen. Which means that if y'all want to say what y'all want to say about black people and gay people, then black people and gay people should be able to say what the fuck they want to say about white people. And I guess what we do is find a way to make all this shit funny. How about that? I'm cool with that. Because again, like I stated, there will be equality in here somewhere. Somewhere there will be accountability. And there will be equality. And there will be equity. No shade.
Going back to what we started the conversation with.
Yeah.
in the next 60 seconds, if you could give one
Girl, I'm
piece
about
of
to come back with
advice
part 2,
to
girl. I
young
ain't
black
expecting it to be
men
this
struggling
long.
with
I think I might do
identity,
that instead.
purpose, fulfillment, searching for greater meaning in their life, what would you say to them?
You are not your environment. Whatever you're going through right now, it's literally called going through for a reason. You're not stuck there. You don't have to fall victim to any stereotype that is portrayed on you. You don't have to fall victim to how you're supposed to act, supposed to be. If you want to be an actor and you're a straight male, who cares if you're going to be called a faggot? Go out there, go to the acting classes, be in drama, and like become the best actor there is. It's fine. If you want to be a scholar and, you know, be a doctor, but like you're not really vibing with like the other black community and you want to have more white friends, that's fine. Just look at people as they are and do not be told how to think. Do not blindly follow any black actor, black activist telling you because you're black X, Y, and Z. No. If they're telling you how to feel a certain type of way, at least look it up for yourself. If they're telling you, hey, you should hate the cops, look up why you should hate the cops. Are they actually killing black people that much? Look that up. Don't limit yourself. Don't think you can't get out of a situation, because you can. We've seen it. Everybody can be homeless. Everybody can be poor. Everybody can be rich. And the richest person can be the most unhappiest person, and the poor person can be the most happy person, lolly gagging down the street, not on drugs. So like, don't limit yourself. Just go out there, be authentically you. Don't lock yourself into the ideological box of like being a black person, and go about your day.
Amir, thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me, man.
I've got a new heuristic for guests from you.
Okay, we're done. All right, y'all. I was not expecting this video to be over or close to over 4 hours and 30 minutes. No shade. I wasn't expecting that. There is another video, but I think what we're going to do is we're going to come back later on in the week and do a part 2, because the original goal was to have this video and then have the other video, because it's a stark comparison from this conversation and what he's actually addressing it on his channel. But I think I'll probably say that for another day. I gave y'all almost close to 4.5 hours, baby. No shade. And I got a call that I have to take. And I wasn't expecting to be this long. So, yep. Amir, with this conversation about blackness, if black on black crime is what you want to talk about more, we can have that conversation, but we have to learn about the whole history of it just so we understand the complete picture, because I think that's fair. And you're not qualified to have that conversation with other black people. I know white people make you feel qualified for you to talk about black shit, girl, but we're talking about stuff that has affected us, because again, you're talking to people who don't have to live the black experience, but participate with certain aspects of the black experience. Well, if you're having conversations about blackness, you need to have that with other black people. And I'm making myself available to be one of those people to have a conversation with. And whether you do or not, it doesn't matter, because your thought process is not just with you. Again, there were thousands of people who were black conservatives, and I just want to be able to have conversations with the ones who actually care about the black community and want to help them, not just align with white people to kind of get their lick back at the black community who made them feel excluded, girl, and think it's a flex, because y'all was the niggas having to pretend to be fake niggas in the White House when you couldn't even be real niggas with the real niggas. Anyway, thank y'all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Shout out to King Deshaun in the building, okay, who blessed a leprechaun. Okay, no shade. Thank you so much. Shout out to Faith is the Substance. Make sure y'all subscribe to her on YouTube, Interviewing Down. Shout out to Professor X. Shout out to you. Shout out to AJ Robin. Shout out to you. Glad to have y'all in the building. Shout out to Queen Stevie in the building. Shout out to you, babes. Let's see. I think we had Queen Spicy. Shout out to Queen Spicy in the building. Queen Spicy. Shout out to you. Shout out to... I'm trying to make sure I get everybody, y'all. Shout out to Karen. Shout out to L Teddy coming in. Shout out to Daylon in the building. Shout out to Eris in the building. Shout out to Rain in the building. Okay. Shout out to the replay gang. Shout out to everybody who came through and stayed in the live. Shout out to those who popped their head in. And again, if you disagree, let a leprechaun know, because I'm not beyond reproach. I really want to educate and be as objective as I possibly can. So The internet provides that. I hope that y'all provide back. Thank y'all so much. Well, first of all, before we go, make sure y'all hit that like button. It helps the channel to grow on the algorithm, okay? We are on the road to 1,300 subscribers. Roll. Girl, what? Scooby-Doo coming about me, bitch? Almost 1,300 subscribers, y'all. So thank y'all so much for that. If you want to contribute to that subscription growth, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell so that you can stay up to date with all of my content, both live and edited. If there's anything I've said in my live that you would like to give your commentary to, whether you agree, disagree, you just want to read me, roast me, I don't give a damn. Okay? I put my content out publicly. Y'all have a right to be able to transform my content. The only thing that I ask that is imperative is that you tag me, BubzDaGawd, so that I know that it's real. And if you definitely feel compelled, you can hit that Cash App at the bottom of the screen. Cash App, BubzDaGawd. My Cash App is back, baby. Okay? Or my PayPal, which is paypal.me/BubzDaGawd. Shout out to Deshaun being the individual for tonight who has contributed to the platform. Thank you so much. Shout out to all of y'all. I really appreciate y'all coming in. And yeah, until next time, everybody, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday evening. And I'm out. Peace.
I can be anything I choose in this round. We are a sound vibration too deep to tell.